Was going around talking to teams. Me and Olivia were going around talking to teams.
The reason I think it worked well.
My teammate Arian, he went around to like 25 different teams.
Arian especially was just like shot. His legs were hurting. He would take like 5 minutes and then get back at it because you want to play in elims. You want to keep going.
We can run our autos in conjunction if you guys want to do that. Just keep us in mind, okay?
These, companies, the CEOs, they all say we need problem solvers, we need people that can work across language barriers, culture barriers.
They're communicating with our teams, they're problem solving. What they're doing is what's needed out in industry today.
1168A.
We graciously accept.
Your 2 seed.
A lot of the teams that I was hopeful for, they kind of kept picking each other. Oh, please. Come on, 4470, yo, please.
We would like to invite team 3150.
It hurts, but it's a part of robotics. Like, they're trying to give themselves the best chance to win.
When it was the teams that we talked to and they're like, yeah, we'll keep you in mind. When either they got picked or they were picking and they didn't pick us, it was like, oh no, like, our chances just keep getting lower and lower. We got to the very last team.
Has everybody made their case?
It's like a 25% chance here.
So, who do you select?
We would like to invite
5249.
They picked a team that wasn't us, and I thought that we were at the top of their list.
All right, well, we gave it our all. And if it wasn't meant to be, I guess it wouldn't be. The crowd of teams that didn't get picked started walking away. And then they were like, wait, there's no one going up to accept.
They're not here.
Then everyone started coming back, and we knew we had talked to this team, and we knew this was like our final resort. So we were like, okay, it was second wind of hope.
Are they not here? We are going to cancel this pick.
4478B.
We accept.
Congratulations to everybody in eliminations. You have 10 minutes until we begin.
It was a mix of like, oh my God, and it was mostly just pure joy. It was pure joy. Last year we didn't make it. This year we did, and I don't know. It was just awesome.
It's probably an easier match than against 2 seed.
Yeah, no, 2 seed's harder.
Driver control in 3, 2, 1.
Our opponents are some of the best teams in the world, and they played amazing offense. They were awesome. We were against 1st seed. We were 16 seed. I mean, all the odds stacked against us, honestly. It's funny is I feel amazing. I feel absolutely amazing about the event. We grew so much. We learned everything we wanted to and ended up getting to elims, so I couldn't be happier.
I found this competition to be extremely inspiring. These kids are working so hard and obviously have learned so much just to get to this point. Failure is a critical part of the journey. You can't advance if you don't fail, in my opinion. You learn from your mistakes, and that leads you on a path to success.
I'm going to get emotional. People don't understand how much time you put into it. They don't understand how many times you fail to get one success. I can't ask you for more than what you gave this weekend, but I'm going to. Every day we walk in the room. And I expect to see you guys in school tomorrow, and then we got robotics tomorrow night. All right, let's get boxes to the doors. We'll wrap this up and get everybody heading home.
It's just really great to see because you realize these are the kids who are going to grow up. to be the future workers in this industry. And if that's the case, we're in pretty good hands.
I think that a lot of people are looking at robotics in the wrong perspective. It's not just about winning. While yes, it feels great to win awards, robotics is meant to be a learning experience and allowing you to grow into who you want to be. I'm planning to go to school for either mechanical or aerospace engineering. I definitely think that the things I've learned from robotics are going to play a huge role in my future.
I just want to keep learning. I want to keep growing, specifically in this field of robotics and computer science. I just want to grow myself and learn everything I can because I'm so interested in it. I don't have like a complete idea of what I want to do. I just know that this is such a big part of my life and I have so much fun with it.
Five years from now, what does success look like for Apptronik?
Well, I'm a dreamer, so I think that we have robots in a whole host of applications. I think in 5 years from now, we'll start to enter a broader range of commercial applications. I've sort of explained the market is happening in 3 phases, in my opinion. Stage 1 is industrial applications, so that's logistics and manufacturing. They're already adopting lots of robots today. You can solve a lot of the safety cases by separating the robots in the early stages from people while you're working towards collaborative or cooperative safety standards. Phase 2 is things like healthcare, hospitality, and retail, where you're starting to mix the robots. You already are seeing humanoids in some of these applications, but in terms of mass market, that's sort of stage 2. And then stage 3 is the home and assistive care, which is the big dream. That's my dream. I've talked about this before, is assistive care long term. So in the next 5 years, I think you'll see us really with tens of thousands of robots out there in the world, maybe more. But I'm trying to be, eyes wide open about sort of what that ramp's going to look like over the next 5 years, and learning a lot as we go through it. And so we're really proving value. We have real production robots out in the world in these industrial applications, and then we're starting to move into these other applications as well. And I sort of think of it as you want to start on an initial application that you can prove. You can't do everything if you can't do one thing. So first, the proof of life in these environments, and then you're expanding within that footprint of different things that the robot can do over time. I think the next 2 years will be critical for the industry. This is what I call the commercial viability stage, like really proving that these robots work, that you can show initial tasks where you have positive ROI. And then I think the sky's the limit from there. I think it's going to be an exciting ride for robotics as a whole over the next 5 years.
It's funny because I think there's something in the form factor, and I think there's something in once you start talking about the humanoid form factor, then you start talking about like AGI and those breakthroughs, and that's why at this. I don't want to say early stage of the company because the company has technically been around since 2016. But at this early stage, as far as you actually showing off these robots, people are already asking you about what's going to be happening in the home because, like, I don't know. I don't think anybody's calling up Locust and asking them when they can get a Locust robot in their house.
Yeah, I think that's true. You know, there's a lot sort of packed into going after the humanoid form factor, right? Like I said, I mean, this is something that I didn't appreciate coming into this. I was, very admittedly naive grad student. I sort of think of that as a good thing. I had no clue how hard this problem was going to be, or even all the history of how many people had tried this and what the failure points had been. I just kind of seemed like an obvious future and one that I was willing to, spend the rest of my life working towards. And we went after it. We sort of figured, regardless of what happened, it would be worth trying. It was a worthy pursuit of our time. But yeah, there's a lot baked into that when you go after the humanoid form, and we will get there. I do think it's fair to say that it's early. Like, I think of this as sort of the beginning of the next chapter for Abtronic overall. But yeah, it's interesting all the things that come with it, the good and the bad.
Yeah, so like in your, I'm sure you've done lots of. This is the ex tech cruncher in me talking. I'm sure you've done a lot of pitch decks over the years. When you're doing a pitch deck to an investor, does something like a home setting factor into that pitch?
Well, we talk about it in sort of phases. So I pitched these phases. I mean, I sort of, my dream is to work on something that the work that I do today impacts society 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. To me, that's how I sort of create meaning. Is I want to make a contribution to the world, to our species, right? And so, I actually start with the big picture. This idea that computers are getting better and better. They're going from the digital to the physical world. This is a robot. And in order for robotics to scale, we need more versatility. So the idea in a pitch deck just starts simple. If we want robots to become an everyday part of our life, they have to be more versatile. And then you say, okay, well, how does that happen? What does the arc of that look like? And then I basically say it's going to happen in these 3 phases. Think of it as going from easy to hard, right? And all of these things are hard. This is all on a relative basis. And then what I talked about before, sort of stage 1, the industrial base, stage 2, then broader commercial, stage 3 is the grand prize. And we're working across this spectrum.
As we looked at humanoids, and as I continue to look at robotics, there were a few things that stood out as really critical in commercial environments. One is you want to be safety rated and safety rated, because most of these process paths that aren't going to be automated in some other way benefit from being able to work in and around humans. And if you're trying to work in and around humans, you don't want any risk of falling on a human, injuring a human. And when you have a balancing system, that's very tough to guarantee. right? Because any glitch between sensing and electrical and actuation can cause an instability that causes that robot to fall, right? And so that was the first thing was, and then you ask yourself, do you really need bipedalism? And then, you know, in commercial environments, people are moving things around with the assist of wheels, of carts, right? Or powered, you know, equipment. And so you're not carrying things up and down stairs that, you know, that might exist in apartment buildings in New York City trying to move in and out, but that doesn't exist in a commercial warehouse, right? Nobody's really carrying things up and down stairs. There's not a real need for bipedalism. Yes, there are ramps and lips and things like that, but you can get over those with wheels, with maybe some degree of suspension, active or passive suspension. So you don't need bipedalism. You don't need quadrupeds either, right? Like good wheels, the right size wheels, the right size suspension will help you in whatever you need to do. You really want swappable batteries? Nobody in humanoids is really solving. Like if you have to sit on a charger, you lose, you know, look, we as humans, we sleep 7-8 hours a day. We lose a third of our productivity every day to sleep, right? Why would you do that in an industrial environment if you could avoid it?
You either lose productivity or you have to buy like 3 times as many robots.
Or you have to buy 3 times as many robots, that's right. And you need a whole bunch of space for the robots to park as they charge. Like, I'm even more bullish that like sitting on a charger is, or maybe more opinionated that sitting on a charger is a completely horrible use of a robot. Your whole goal of a robot is to be operating in production continuously, right? And taking on meaningful work. And so sitting on a charger doesn't make any sense. You really want your sensors not to move around and not to move up and down. So the problem is if you're a balancing system, your sensing is always moving around. And so you have to then compensate with your AI algorithms for the fact that your sensors are never stable. And so your calibration's a lot harder. Anyhow, there's just a whole bunch of and the cost, the amount of, and then I think the biggest problem is they're not strong enough, right? You can't get the torque density in one of these like shoulder motors to be able to lift what humans can lift. And look, we use linear actuation in our muscles, and look, we're very, very finely tuned for it. You know, our robot Proxy, which is is more of the form factor that obviously I espouse, 4 wheels on the ground. The latest generation can lift 200 pounds, right? Now it does that because it has a screw drive in the spine, right? Which is a much better way to get torque, right? Now, if you or I had a screw drive in our spine, like we could lift a lot too, right? And so you actually want robots that are more capable than humans, right? You want to move 1,500 pound carts around. That helps to have like 4 electric wheelchair motors in the base, right? That can move 1,500 pounds without any trouble. You or I moving 1,500 pounds, we can do it, but we're using a lot of shoulder, a lot of quads to try to get that moving. The humanoids just don't quite have that strength. And so I think where I became kind of disillusioned was you didn't need bipedalism, you needed safety rating, you wanted battery swap, you wanted something really, really strong, you wanted the sensing to be stable, and you were just never going to get that if you constrained yourself to the human form factor. We have an amazing marketing advisor. He used to be the chief marketing officer for T-Mobile. He's observed that with new technology, it does sometimes pay to play almost a more consumer style marketing campaign because you're trying to create awareness, you're trying to create momentum, you're trying to, appeal to a more general audience. And so it is true that I think you're trying to, the humanoid comes through, and in fairness, like we might not be doing it quite to the same degree, but you look at the industrial design of Proxy, you look at the videos we put out, like they're, closer to kind of emotional content like Star Wars and those type of robots that are more mass appeal than they are to like, the industrial AMR. Like our robot would look odd in the AMR catalog of, industrial magazine that comes out from, Automate or ProMat or whatever. Like it looks a little strange relative to that. But we do think that robots are going to go mainstream. We're going to see them working in airports and hospitals and these places, and customer adoption, mass market adoption, consumer appeal are going to matter. And so yes, I would say we're all adopting a bit of a more consumer playbook. While at the same time, if you look at, the conferences we're going to and the events and where our sales teams are, they're at these industrial forums, they're out there, but all of us are trying to appeal to the public kind of enthusiasm for robotics.
Yeah, which I think is a perfectly fine thing if that means that these videos are going to be better lit or there's higher production values. But I also worry, and I think you share this worry, that also incentivizes faking in demos.
And in fairness, I think people have gotten better, right? As the public has gotten more sophisticated about consuming the videos, some of the games people play go away, right? And so I see less gamesmanship. But this idea that we project human capabilities onto things with the human form factor, like people, and it's not even human capabilities. Like if you think robots from movies, right? Transformers and Terminator, all of them are stronger than humans. So we naturally think that a robot that looks like a human is stronger than a human. We don't realize that it's like 60% the strength of a human, right? That none of these humanoid robots. Now, actually, it complicated things a little bit that Atlas, Boston Dynamics' first humanoid, is pneumatically driven. And pneumatic actuation is almost 10x the strength of electric motors, right? And so Atlas was a robot. Atlas could almost do a backflip off its ankle motors, right? Like its ankle actuators, its pneumatics, right? So Atlas also helps set this impression that humanoids are incredibly strong. And in practice, they're not. We have an amazing marketing advisor.
Yeah, I mean, you alluded to the Cultural Revolution. So given it was ending at the time, but even despite that fact, you felt like this opportunity still wasn't open for you in China.
No. Well, at that time, it's difficult, right? And in China, when I left, it was early 90s, and I grew up in the 80s. It was not the same as today. So China went leaps and bounds, right? So the amazing sort of a progress that in my lifetime to witness, it's stunning to watch, a history making, right? Because you had to think about, I grew up in central Beijing. Like I could jump on a bicycle and rode to Tiananmen Square like half an hour. That's how central I grew up in, like central Beijing, and it's capital city in China. But when I was little, there was literally still horse buggies in front of me. I'm not exaggerating, right? So because horse will come in and then with vegetables and come in, and then we will see that in our, on our streets. And then we went from that to today, like just go on TikTok and see what's China today. So, but when I left, China was still the way it was, and so it was just the beginning of the reform.
Yeah, and there's Fiercely Independent, and then there's a story that you told me about your mom, which I think probably goes like a step beyond Fiercely Independent, and to such a degree that you're not in any position to make excuses for why you can't do something when your mom has taken those kind of risks to get to where she was.
No, because I think that's the that's the sort of spirit and DNA instilled in me, right? And then so if you see how hard she worked, and I talked about growing up, and I was so grateful actually for that pieces of childhood memory, because my sister was 4 years younger than me. She didn't remember any of it, because when she had the memory, our life already got better. But I remembered it because we lived in we grew up in that's the end of Cultural Revolution, and we live in the 3-bedroom apartment shared with 2 other families and each family had 2 kids. So this is 3-bedroom apartment. So the 3 mothers will share a very small kitchen. Each one have a little burner, and then they share 1 sink, and we share 1 toilet. All 3 families, each family have 4 people. So we grew up in that kind of an environment, right? And we have 1 room, the 4 of us, and everything was rationed at that time. It was, if you think about the earliest stage of Soviet or North Korea today, that was kind of like that, right? So everything was rationed, into sugar, soy sauce, everything. So my mom would give me a little book, say, go get this month's ration of our soy sauce. I would go to the corner store. It was barely empty, and I get it and then take it back. That was my memory. My sister had no memories of it, but I remember. So once you remember that, and then you went to countryside to see the worst toilet that I experienced on a field trip, you put things in perspective. Once you've seen the real misery, and everything is perspective, right? So I am that mother, and teach my kids, like I would be threatening that if you don't eat meal, I'm gonna send you back to rural China for a year. So yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned I think it was the 3 stages of that kind of early immigration process, and I'm guessing that the struggle being the first stage, like you were pretty well set up to deal with the struggle. It sounds like.
I think in spirit wise, right? And because the first stage is survival. When you're actually in survival mode, when you're in survival mode, you take you don't take anything for granted, any opportunity, and you hustle, right? And then you want to do that. So any opportunity you got, you take it, and you're grateful, and then you work hard and try to make the best out of it. So one of the key differences when I had this 20-some years career, and then from factory floor engineer all the way to executive in a very sort of a male-dominated industry, I would say, is because it's triple threats. It's engineering, manufacturing, and oil and gas, and then now tech, right? So, and for Chinese girl, like when I first started, so I didn't have the sort of a typical middle class kid like my kids grow up. They have this vision for themselves, say, by this stage I'm going to do this, they have this trajectory.
You didn't have expectations.
No, I didn't have expectations. So anything happened, every stage, I'm grateful, and it's just bonus. Because I start here, I'm grateful for my engineering job. That's why I started. And then after a few years, I gained some confidence, and people say, you can be a manager. I said, can I?
Good clap? Yeah, there's a clap. My name is Michael. I am 16 years old, and I am the driver and secondary builder for my team. My team name is Blizzard, and the rest of my team is Tyler, Chase, Arian, Rahul, and Olivia.
So we'll see what Highlander.
This is one of, if not the biggest event we're going to go to this year. It has some of the top teams from around the country, around the world. The end goal for every season is to qualify for the World Championship.
This is a robotics competition. It's worlds qualifying. It has international repercussions.
It is controlled chaos at best. The sound is all over the place. The lights are all over the place. Does your robot work? What motors are running? What parts do you need? The successful teams can take that chaos and tune it out.
First thing that goes wrong right before our first match.
We're fine, we're fine in test.
Screws or loose, something's going on, but they always end up figuring it out. I have a lot of faith.
How long before they have to go down?
A couple of minutes, I think.
The robots we're competing with were built in about 2.5 weeks, which is half of what we would use as a normal build cycle. Last year, they had a terrible event here. They ended up with yelling and screaming between their own team members. And that's when they realized it was them that was holding them back.
Don't overcomplicate it, okay? It's first match of the season, keep it simple.
Last year, the break for us was communication. It's all communication.
And it was very clear that there was a lot of work that we needed to do with our team.
Outtake.
Yeah, just pick up the ball.
I'm sure there's disagreements on stuff and how they would approach it, but they're working through that, they're navigating it, and that's critical to what you do every day in any field, but especially in robotics and manufacturing and automation.
The students that we see competing in events like VEX Robotics, they're going to really contribute to the future of robotics and automation. We need them to enter our workforce, and so we really like the outreach opportunities we have here.
Mikey, that control zone, that control zone.
We're playing the game Pushback.
Blocks into this long goal next to me. Their alliance partner pushing and shoving on the far end of the court.
Aries almost in a position to defend. Gives it up, goes for the park. Omegabot's looking to match here in the last moment. That's tough.
Hey, that's so bad.
That's not control zone, is it? Don't you need at least two? Does that count?
Such a bad match.
We lost because of both the control zones. Hey, look, Tyler, balls do not matter. Control zones matter.
I was telling him to match mode. We had 0 balls.
I said don't overcomplicate it. You overcomplicated it.
First match, they lost a close match. The first thing they said to me when they came back to the pit is, we get it. Our strategy was completely wrong.
The second we got out of the match, we had a conversation. We were like, okay, this is what we need to do. We do keep evolving, and like win or lose, we see things that we need to change. Everything's a learning process, and that's really the whole reason we're here.
They're match loader, Mikey.
Jeff Bernstein, the president of the Association for Advancing Automation. A3 is the world's largest robotics and automation trade association. Our mission is to educate companies on how to successfully apply automation. Education is extremely important to A3. Every company I talk to, they all say the same thing. We can't find enough skilled people. And so these kids, with their passion and the skills that they're learning, I think are going to have limitless opportunities in the future.
We hope that as you advance your careers, that you'll look at some of our member companies in our organization to learn more about.
If you visit a VEX Robotics event, what you'll see is students with different talents. You'll see drivers, you'll see builders, you'll see project managers who run the teams. They're working with sensors, they're programming.
There's just a huge skills gap. Our member companies are saying to us, hey, we're having trouble getting people into these fields, and so we have to start to do something about it. How do you do that without looking at tomorrow, that next generation? That's always going to be our next thing in line.
There are the best teams in the world here, and if we make eliminations, it'll show that we can compete with them.
Where most of you watching have seen a few line selections. And normally when we're making a selection and a line selection, it's strategy.
A line selection when it was pretty stressful.
Yeah, so we weren't in picking position. Sadly, I knew we wouldn't be even close.
Arian was going around talking to teams. Me and Olivia were going around talking to teams.
The reason I think it worked well.
My teammate Arian, he went around to 25 different teams.
Arian especially was just shot. His legs were hurting. He would take 5 minutes and then get back at it because you want to play in elims. You want to keep going.
We can run our autos in conjunction if you guys want to do that. Just keep us in mind, okay?
These, companies, the CEOs, they all say we need problem solvers, we need people that can work across language barriers, culture barriers.
They're communicating with our teams, they're problem solving. What they're doing is what's needed out in industry today.
1168A.
We graciously accept.
Your 2 seed.
A lot of the teams that I was hopeful for, they kind of kept picking each other.
Oh, please. Come on, 4470, yo, please. We would like to invite team 3150.
It hurts, but it's a part of robotics. They're trying to give themselves the best chance to win.
When it was the teams that we talked to and they're like, yeah, we'll keep you in mind. When either they got picked or they were picking and they didn't pick us, it was oh no, our chances just keep getting lower and lower. We got to the very last team.
Has everybody made their case?
It's a 25% chance here.
So, who do you select?
We would like to invite
5249.
They picked a team that wasn't us, and I thought that we were at the top of their list.
All right, well, we gave it our all, and if it wasn't meant to be, I guess it wouldn't be. The crowd of teams that didn't get picked started walking away, and then they were like, wait, there's no one going up to accept.
They're not here.
Then everyone started coming back, and we knew we had talked to this team, and we knew this was our final resort. So we were like, okay, it was second wind of hope.
Are they not here? We are going to cancel this pick.
4478 mean.
We accept.
Congratulations to everybody in eliminations. You have 10 minutes until we begin.
It was a mix of oh my God, and it was mostly just pure joy. It was pure joy. Last year we didn't make it. This year we did, and I don't know. It was just awesome.
It's probably an easier match than against 2 seed.
Yeah, no, 2 seed's harder.
Driver control in 3, 2, 1.
Our opponents are some of the best teams in the world, and they played amazing offense. They were awesome. We were against first seed. We were 16 seed. I mean, all the odds stacked against us, honestly. It's funny is I feel amazing. I feel absolutely amazing about the event. We grew so much. We learned everything we wanted to and ended up getting to elims, so I couldn't be happier.
I found this competition to be extremely inspiring. These kids are working so hard and obviously have learned so much just to get to this point. Failure is a critical part of the journey. You can't advance if you don't fail, in my opinion. You learn from your mistakes, and that leads you on a path to success.
I'm going to get emotional. People don't understand how much time you put into it. They don't understand how many times you fail to get one success. I can't ask you for more than what you gave this weekend, but I'm going to. Every day we walk in the room. And I expect to see you guys in school tomorrow, and then we got robotics tomorrow night. All right, let's get boxes to the doors. We'll wrap this up and get everybody heading home.
It's just really great to see because you realize these are the kids who are going to grow up to be the future workers in this industry. And if that's the case, we're in pretty good hands.
I think that a lot of people are looking at robotics in the wrong perspective. It's not just about winning. While yes, it feels great to win awards, robotics is meant to be a learning experience and allowing you to grow into who you want to be. I'm planning to go to school for either mechanical or aerospace engineering. I definitely think that the things I've learned from robotics are going to play a huge role in my future.
I just want to keep learning. I want to keep growing specifically in this field of robotics and computer science. I just want to grow myself and learn everything I can because I'm so interested in it. I don't have like a complete idea of what I want to do. I just know that this is such a big part of my life and I have so much fun with it.
Obviously, you want to step out of
Hello, how's it going? My name is Jana Martin and I'm the Media Production Manager at A3, and I'm so excited to be talking with you today about updated Gigi Vision standards. With me is our Vision Standards Director, Bob McCurra. Bob, thanks so much for being here today.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about the standard. First of all, what's going on? Why are we getting a new updated standard for Gigi Vision this year?
Basically, the current version of Gigi Vision, which is 2.2, is capped at about 10 gigs. And it's been that way since I've been here at A3 for over 14 years. So basically, we use a UDP streaming protocol, which involves the processor. And so as it gets faster and faster, it starts to consume the CPU. The hardware gets very hot. So it's really, things have gotten better over the 14 years. Designs have improved, but we're really at the point where something needs to change. So, and that's what Gigi Vision version 3 does.
And for someone who maybe doesn't know as much about vision standards, I think even a person like that, like myself, can conceptualize of how much change has happened if you just look at all technologies. Batteries have gotten better. Every part of these technologies have gotten faster and better. So the fact that it's been 14 years, you said, since the standard was updated, wow, well, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We've updated, but we haven't made the big change that we're about to make.
Okay, so what is the big change?
The big change is a new streaming protocol, which will be included. The existing streaming protocol will be maintained, so there's backwards compatibility. But instead of UDP, we're using RDMA. RDMA is remote direct memory access, and that basically is a hardware mechanism so that you can go directly from memory and not involve the CPU, and that enables many, many more things and faster things.
Excellent. So what finally pushed Gigi Vision to make this leap this year?
Well, we've been working on it for a couple years, and basically the 10 gig limit is something that we've been living with for a while, and we're looking for solutions, cost-effective solutions, and the technical committee is constantly scanning the horizon for improvements, and there are a couple different options, and they decided on Rocky V2 and RDMA as a solution.
Okay, amazing. Now let's dive into both those terms you just mentioned a little bit more. What is RDMA and Rocky V2, and how do they relate to one another?
RDMA is remote direct memory access, so that you can go directly from RAM to the system without involving the processor. So that keeps the processor from getting consumed as you get faster. Rocky V2 is remote direct memory access, RDMA, over converged Ethernet. So it's a particular flavor of RDMA, and it's one that's incorporated in many NICs, the network interface cards by the major manufacturers. So as long as you have a network interface card that's compatible with Rocky V2, you can use this new streaming protocol and achieve speeds that are much greater than 10 gigs.
What is converged Ethernet versus InfiniBand?
So these are very technical terms, and I have the privilege of working with very smart people on our technical committees. So I'll give you my layman's interpretation. If you want a more technical explanation, I can certainly direct you to, or anybody to key people within the technical committees to get you that next level of detail. But basically, it's converged Ethernet is more like the normal Ethernet that everybody has. Whereas InfiniBand is a high-performance Ethernet that's used mostly in AI for very high-end applications. It's more expensive and is more rare, whereas converged Ethernet is what most people already have in-house. So what using Rocky V2 allows us to do is have RDMA without having to have that high-performance Ethernet. So it's basically people already have the Ethernet that they've got, and they'll be able to get the benefits of RDMA without upgrading their Ethernet.
Excellent. So for engineers who have lived through earlier interface bottlenecks, what problem does Rocky V2 solve that the previous GigiVision versions did not address?
Basically, it comes back to UDP streaming protocol versus an RDMA protocol. Speed. It all comes down to speed.
Everybody always wants to go faster, right? So this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so zero copy image transfer sounds powerful, but abstract. Can you explain what that means in practical terms for real-world machine vision systems?
Again, I would come back to speed. It all comes down to speed.
Yeah, better, faster, and stronger. Okay, super, we're just kicking through it. How significant is the reduction of CPU load with GigiVision 3.0, and what does that free up engineers to do differently in their system design?
Well, it certainly gives them more speed, and that will allow them to use vision applications in new ways that they can probably conceive of now, but probably in many ways that they'll figure out to do in the future when they have this new tool. It's basically speed.
I have a feeling there's a common thread in this interview. Can you talk a little bit more about the significance of the reduction of the CPU load?
Right, so if you're using most of your CPU just to transfer the data, you don't have that CPU power to do some actual vision processing. So it frees up the processor to do what you want it to do versus just to transport the data.
Okay, GigiVision has always emphasized interoperability. How did the committee ensure that introducing Rocky V2 did not break compatibility with existing deployments?
Well, very importantly, let's go back through the history of GigiVision, starting with 1.x. Had a 32-bit data structure, and that was somewhat limiting, and that caused us to go to 2.x with a 64-bit data structure. That allowed transportation of much more complex data structures. And like I mentioned earlier, we were capped at that 10 gig limit. So the natural evolution was looking for solutions that would break the 10 gig barrier and allow the CPU to become unburdened. So the search was on. The committee is always searching for improvements and enhancements. There were a couple of different options considered. But Rocky V2 seemed to be the right balance of speed and performance and cost. So with that, all the benefits of RDMA come on your existing Ethernet equipment. But the key is to have an Ethernet card that has Rocky V2 on it, which most of the mainstream Ethernet cards have that.
Amazing. Now, you have been careful to frame GigiVision 3.0 as a supplement and not a replacement. Why is that an important distinction?
Speed is great, but speed isn't everything. I would argue that there's many, many applications out there, users who need vision, who don't need the great amounts of speed. Of course, as engineers, we're always trying to push the envelope, and it does open new applications with more speed. But very important to remain backwards compatible. GigiVision 3 will be backwards compatible. It will still have the normal GigiVision streaming protocol, but it will have this new streaming protocol with RDMA.
Cool. From your perspective here at A3, how has Ethernet hardware evolution, especially modern network interface cards, changed what is possible for machine vision standards today?
A lot of it comes down to performance, as I've said, but also cost. The strength of GigiVision, which is why it's been around for so long, GigiVision is actually turning 20 years old in 2026. It originally came out in '06, so we'll be celebrating that this year at the major vision shows. But the real key is that it relies on existing high-volume Ethernet ecosystem. That means low costs and lots of improvements in the whole ecosystem. GigiVision sits on top of it, so it takes advantage of that. RDMA would be one of those improvements, and when it came along, we've been able to suck it in and use it for the benefit of the vision industry and GigiVision.
Looking back at this evolution of GigiVision, which I thank you for kind of walking us through that, what decision or design principle do you think has mattered most to its longevity as a standard?
Just with my previous answer, that it relies on industry standard equipment. So we don't have to develop all the complex IEEE background for Ethernet. As it advances, GigiVision advances.
Amazing, amazing. Compatibility. For companies currently using earlier GigiVision versions, what is the clearest signal that it is time to start evaluating new capabilities?
Well, as I've said, there are many applications that the current 2.x standard is entirely sufficient for. But as users approach them and say, well, I'm just trying to do something that I just can't do, and a little extra speed would get us that ability, that's exactly what GigiVision 3 will do.
And finally, why is the participation in standards committees like GigiVision more important now than ever for the future of automation?
The companies that get involved and participate in detail in the technical committees have a voice in the standard. So if you're there, you can be part of it. The other benefit is that you're getting unrivaled technical networking. In my prior jobs, you work for a company and your resources are the resources in the company, and that's what you know. When you're working on this technical committee, which has been around for 20 years, you have very sophisticated relationships and you're getting technical networking.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is Monday, day one here in Chicago, Illinois at the Automate Show, and we are here for Automate Live for the afternoon segment. I'm Jake Hall, the manufacturing millennial, and I love to advocate and talk about the unique products, stories, and solutions that are impacting the automation robotics manufacturing industry every day. And today we have a really fun story and a great guest learning about the global impact that's happening around automation. I have Tony Liu. He's the manager of Taiwan Excellence. Tony, welcome to Automate Live.
Hello, Jake. Thank you for having me here today.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. There's a lot of fun things happening. It's a packed show. 50,000 people are registered to come here for Automate Live, so it's going to be a great week in Chicago.
Wow.
But what I want to talk about now is Taiwan Excellence. So let's dive into it. For people who aren't familiar with Taiwan Excellence, what you guys are doing in innovation, can we familiarize the audience?
Okay. So Taiwan Excellence is an initiative. It's established in 1993 and by the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So actually, it's a kind of government certificate. So every year we select products in 4 aspects. We will review in R&D, their design, quality, and marketing. So we have lots of competition between the products. So each year we will select around 200 products to give them the Taiwan Excellence Awards. Then after that, we will promote them worldwide. So you can see Taiwan Excellence Award is recognition and also a promotion initiatives.
Awesome. And so when we're looking at the Taiwan industry, it's been known a long time for electronics, semiconductors, and for a long time now we're seeing more impact coming from automation, robotics, physical AI. Can you talk more about that new role that we're seeing when it comes to Taiwan and what we're seeing in that space?
Okay. So
I'm gonna. Also, I noticed that your mic came off. We're gonna move that back so the
okay.
audience can make sure they hear you as well during that time.
Okay, great. So actually, Taiwan's automation strength doesn't appear overnight. So of course, people know Taiwan is very good at electronic and semiconductor, but we look more back. Actually, Taiwan was like we are like a agriculture economy, and now and later because the government encouraged companies and people to get invested in high tech. So just in 1980s. Taiwan start to invest in high tech, and now get involved. We are the leading. We are the leading player in electronics, semiconductors, and now we are the key player of AI. Yeah. So actually, why Taiwan play a very important role in automation today? Because we have a very complete ecosystem that's evolved from from electronics and semiconductors, and like this ecosystem now they provide many building block for the automation. Like now the electronic and semiconductor industry, they provide like in industry, we call industry computing, embedded systems, and also motion control, machine vision. That will help we give all of this innovation into the automation industry. So as I mentioned, like Taiwan as like the most innovative products, but actually we have not only innovation, we are also good at integration. So like in the process of the development of the electronic and semiconductors, actually Taiwanese company and the industry, we integrate, for example, hardware and software together. So now we are like to integrate AI system with automation. Yeah.
And I think when you're seeing the integration, you guys have an incredible history of being leaders in so many industrial spaces, from the chips and the semiconductors, and that really has built up a really good level of supply chain resilience. We're
Yeah.
able to go out there and with multiple manufacturers out there build up a really diverse supplier network. And I think that's one thing that highlights. So dive into more about how in a global world where you're serving almost every single country in the world, bringing solutions to the market, how does that supply chain resilience continue to grow with what you're doing at Taiwan Excellence?
Yeah. Okay. So supply chain resilience it's become a major topics, especially we during the COVID and after there are some regional conflicts, no matter it's military or the trade conflicts. So actually one of Taiwan's strengths comes from what I mentioned, the ecosystem we have from no matter electronics, semiconductor, or what I mentioned like car parts. Yeah, and actually we over the decades like suppliers and the manufacturing and also engineer in Taiwan, they form a very complete ecosystem. And this ecosystem, they respond very quickly, and they adapt to the changing needs, and also they provide very reliable support to their customers to we call de-risk, and also diversify their supply chain and build a very great resilient automation strategies.
Well, when you build out a broad network of suppliers and you have that experience in the industry, you're really able to do a couple things. You can create a de-risk when it comes to supplying on the area. You're able to really focus on getting a consistent delivery across that network. So that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Now, when we move forward, we look at where we see the industry going in 2026 in the next 5 years. You know, we see some new trends that are happening in the automation space.
Yeah.
From a group like yourself that's working with a very diverse amount of manufacturers and suppliers, what are some of the big trends that you're seeing happening this year and going into the future?
Okay, if you want me to describe like one defining trend, of 2026, I will say that's AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, so AI now is becoming is mainstream in every industry, including industrial automations. And this year, NVIDIA is a very main sponsor of Automates. And the founder and the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, he has mentioned many times that like lots of OEM companies and even the college or university in Taiwan are the most among the most important partner of NVIDIA. And actually, AI Jensen also say that Taiwan is at the epicenter of AI revolution. So I think this statement reflects that we are seeing across Taiwan automation industry today. So artificial intelligence, no doubts, it's the main trend of this year. But we can see that now AI is no longer just a concept. Now AI it's deployed in the real industry environment. So this year in the Taiwan Assets Pavilions in Automates, you will see that we bring AI together in our pavilions. And this AI transformation will bring together like semiconductors and computing, automation, robotics. You can see all of these sectors in our pavilions. So just like today in Automates, we bring 23 company under one roof to show how different technologies can work together inside this inside the smart factories. Like in our pavilion, you can see AI at the edge, AI powered IPC, industrial PC, and also lots of excellent embedded system, machine vision solution with the cobot. Yeah. So welcome to see the Taiwan Excellence.
Absolutely. And I remember going to GTC, listening to Jensen speak at the keynote. And Taiwan came up multiple times on being an incredible just backbone to the growth of AI, from its people to the processes to, majority of all global chips being manufactured right there. It's really exciting. And that's really what's helping lead the AI front. Now, I do want to mention as well, it is in booth 441 in the South Hall. So if you are here at the Automate show, check that out. And then, of course, there's also a showcase. That's something we'll talk about more, but there's also a showcase happening tomorrow in your booth Tuesday at 1 p.m.
Yeah, great.
So if you're watching this as well, make sure you go and check out the Taiwan Excellence as well. But when we're looking at AI and we're looking at the trends that we're seeing in the industry, what are some practical applications that are really going to be making AI adopted in this space? It's no longer just a talked about trend. It's no longer a fad. It's companies leveraging AI to push automation forward into the next century.
Yeah. So I would say that AI help automation become smarter and more valuable. And now it's going to the ground. So actually, this year in Taiwan Excellent Pavilion as Automate, you will see AI in 4 key areas. So one of them is machine vision inspection. You will see we have TechMan Robotic and the Syntech. They were showing the machine vision cobots. And the second one will be like predictive maintenance and also the production monitoring systems. And also we have some companies showing the robot guidance. That's AI and the vision system help robots recognize objects. So as I say, AI is no longer try to replacing automation. It's like enhancing.
Yes.
It's enhancing the automations. Yeah. So many of these applications you can see in our pavilion, and then that's wait and see.
Yeah. And the one thing I love about it, I love how you talked about AI that way. AI is a tool that is going to take applications and improve their capability.
Yeah.
It's not a replacement to tools. It's taking a really good food dish and adding more seasoning to it to make it better.
Yeah.
So it's more enjoyable. But by no means is it the dish itself.
No.
So when we look at what we're seeing, and you guys have a pavilion over in the South Building, 441.
Yeah.
What can people expect when they walk in that building? You have 23 companies there. You mentioned there's quite a few different solutions that we're having out there. But what should people expect around the solutions that are happening in the building?
Okay, so among the 23 companies, many of them are the industrial PC, as I mentioned. Actually, many of them originally they are from PC or laptop companies, and with the trend of automation, now they get involved into the IPC. So you will see more than 10 companies showing industrial PC in our booth, and of course, as I say, now AI is deployed into the product. So just come to see, to touch AI, and to experience AI in Taiwan Excellence Pavilion.
Awesome. As we wrap up, final question for you. When we have 50,000 attendees that are here at Automate Live this week, what do you hope people walk away from? What do you want more people to be comfortable around AI? What do you hope people experience?
Yeah, I think we have lots of AI solutions showing in our pavilion, and it's also showing the strengths of Taiwan automation industry. That's you can see our solution can respond to any question or challenge it very quickly and highly integrates the industrial needs. And also in our booth, you will see lots of different company names also showing up in our pavilion. That's we are very good Taiwanese company. We are more than willing to share with our partners. Yes. So we will see companies. Taiwanese company. We will to listen to our customer. We solve their problems and we improve. As I say, we continue this improve, and we commit to collaborate with all the partners.
Awesome. Well, Tony, thanks so much for your time today. Of course, if you want to learn more about what Taiwan Excellence is doing in the industry, you can see them live here at the Automate Show in booth 441 in the South Hall. And of course, if you are here on Tuesday, check out their showcase that's happening at 1 p.m. as well. But of course, if you can't make it to the show, check them out online on their website, or even follow them on LinkedIn at Taiwan Excellence, and we'll have some more information down below. But until then, I'm Jake Hall, the Manufacturing Millennial. Stay tuned for some more live conversations happening here on the show floor.
Hello, how's it going? My name is Jana Martin and I'm the Media Production Manager at A3, and I'm so excited to be talking with you today about updated Gigi Vision standards. With me is our Vision Standards Director, Bob McCurra. Bob, thanks so much for being here today.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about the standard. First of all, what's going on? Why are we getting a new updated standard for Gigi Vision this year?
Basically, the current version of Gigi Vision, which is 2.2, is capped at about 10 gigs. And it's been that way since I've been here at A3 for over 14 years. So basically, we use a UDP streaming protocol, which involves the processor. And so as it gets faster and faster, it starts to consume the CPU. The hardware gets very hot. So it's really, things have gotten better over the 14 years. The designs have improved, but we're really at the point where something needs to change. So, and that's what Gigi Vision version 3 does.
And for someone who maybe doesn't know as much about vision standards, I think even a person like that, like myself, can conceptualize of how much change has happened if you just look at all technologies. batteries have gotten better. Every part of these technologies have gotten faster and better. So the fact that it's been 14 years, you said, since the standard was updated. Wow,
Well,
there's a
well,
lot
no,
of ground to cover.
We've updated, but we haven't made the big change that we're about to make.
Okay, so what is the big change?
The big change is a new streaming protocol, which will be included. The existing streaming protocol will be maintained, so there's backwards compatibility. But instead of UDP, we're using RDMA. RDMA is remote direct memory access. And that basically is a hardware mechanism so that you can go directly from memory and not involve the CPU. And that enables many, many more things and faster things.
Excellent. So what finally pushed GigiVision to make this leap this year?
Well, we've been working on it for a couple of years. And basically, the 10 gig limit is something that we've been living with for a while, and we're looking for solutions, cost-effective solutions, and the technical committee is constantly scanning the horizon for improvements. And there are a couple different options, and they decided on Rocky V2 and RDMA as a solution.
Okay, amazing. Now let's dive into both those terms you just mentioned a little bit more. What is RDMA and Rocky V2, and how do they relate to one another?
RDMA is remote direct memory access, so that you can go directly from RAM to the system without involving the processor. So that keeps the processor from getting consumed as you get faster. Rocky V2 is remote direct memory access, RDMA, over converged Ethernet. So it's a particular flavor of RDMA, and it's one that's incorporated in many NICs, the network interface cards by the major manufacturers. So long as you have a network interface card that's compatible with Rocky V2, you can use this new streaming protocol and achieve speeds that are much greater than 10 gigs.
What is converged Ethernet versus InfiniBand?
So these are very technical terms, and I have the privilege of working with very smart people on our technical committees. So I'll give you my layman's interpretation. If you want a more technical explanation, I can certainly direct you to, or anybody to key people within the technical committees to get you that next level of detail. But basically, it's converged Ethernet is more like the normal Ethernet that everybody has, whereas InfiniBand is a high-performance Ethernet that's
All right, welcome back everyone here at Automate Live 2026 in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Jake Hall, the manufacturing millennial, bringing amazing conversations and stories here to the show floor live for you to watch. Now, I got a really fun one today. We're here with Nidec. I'm here with Jeremy Batson, product manager, and we're going to be talking a couple of things. One is the innovation that we're seeing in the industry, the really cool products that we're diving into, and really what the future trend is around manufacturing automation, bringing components to end users and suppliers to integrate to build out the solutions. But before we dive into that, let's dive into Nidec as a company. Yep. For those of the audience who's never heard of Nidec before, which is hard to believe because you guys are a pretty amazing brand in the industry. Yep. Who's Nidec?
So Nidec is a Japanese company. We stem back to very early stages of motor development. We've made motors for music wheels, or inside of hard drives, inside of anything that moves, any rotary movement. We've made small, compact motors in those type of applications. We've moved on to larger and smaller things. We have very small motors that are vibration motors for phones and watches, all the way up to motors that are the size of trucks, buses, planes. We have massive motors, we have tiny motors, and everything in between, trying to reach every application out there, anything automated, anything standalone, anything in between. We're there to do that. We also do drive solutions, so we have little tiny drives up to really big drives to drive those motors in those types of applications. All sorts of voltage ranges, communications, anything we're trying to get into.
Well, it's fun to see how the history of these companies evolve from, going out there and creating solutions for like music devices. Yep. And here as well, now we're putting them into the future of mobile robotics and AMRs and
Future of
AGVs.
fulfillment, as we
Exactly,
call it.
the future of fulfillment. So we're here at Automate. There's a lot of technology. 50,000 people are going to be walking this show here in Chicago this week. What are some of the big things that you guys are showcasing and bringing solutions to the market with?
So we have an ambassador, what we call Scout. It was a small AGV that incorporates motors, drives, and safety into it. We built that using a 3D printed chassis, and it's just there to showcase what our product is capable of doing. Anything automation-wise in a warehouse or manufacturing, we're working to get standardized product so anyone can buy it, anyone can use it, and anyone can implement it. We have very great support for that product. But again, we're just trying to get into automation as a whole, anything that we possibly can in terms of movement. Our drives can be used with anything, our motors can be used in anything. And so we're just trying to get that integrated into any automation system we possibly can.
I think what's really cool about it is you guys touch a wide variety of different industries. You're in the warehouse, you're in the automation space, you're in manufacturing. You have solutions that are touching pretty much food and bev and all these components that are out there. When companies are looking at integrating these products, what are some of the big problems, or I guess you could say, what are the problems that they're facing that they're coming to Nidec for to say, hey, we need a product that is going to help solve these problems? What are people asking for in 2026?
So one of the biggest things people are asking for is manufacturing. We are a global manufacturer, and we manufacture as close as we possibly can to the customer, which brings down lead times, costs, and everything associated with a product. And so when we are implementing these products, we try and do manufacturing as close as we can, which again brings down lead time and the cost of all these products. We are also trying to advance our technology with anything our customers bring to us. Whenever they have an issue, we try to work with our customers directly to make it as best of a solution as we possibly can in their industry.
And so we're looking at these solutions. You guys are constantly growing out protocols as well. What are some of the protocols that you guys are really focusing on across your line?
So EtherCAT is one of the biggest and newest, not newest, but it's becoming more prevalent in the market, specifically with safety, because one of the best parts about EtherCAT is functional safety over EtherCAT, which is huge. And any mobile robot is going to need safety. It's going to need to be as safe as possible, operating in and around humans, obviously. So trying to implement that as fast as we possibly can, because it's an industry standard. We're needing to implement that. And along with that, we're going to be implementing Profinet and Ethernet IP, which are, again, industry leaders in the communication stance.
Awesome. So you mentioned Scout briefly, but let's dive more into that. So it's a AGV tech ambassador. So
Correct.
what you're doing is you're building out a showcase solution that's a open, visible area that people then can see all the different types of components. Because I don't think people realize a lot of times when you blow up an AMR or AGV and you look at all the different components in there, there's a lot of communication, a lot of products that have to work together in a very safe, high efficient manner. So how long have you guys been doing Scout for? Is this something that you guys are showcasing this year at Automate for the first time?
Not for the first time. So this is I don't remember. It's either third or fourth show that he's been at.
Okay.
We actually have two. One is located in Europe, one in the US. We have a previous generation one that was used for internal trainings and for an initial show in PAC Expo last year.
Yeah.
But Scout is truly the embodiment of what we are and what we can accomplish. He brings the most advanced technology that we have, including safety. We have a safety brake switch that can bring it to a dead stop within seconds. It's super fast, super efficient. And again, it's just the embodiment of Nidec Automation and what we do, what our customers are capable of doing. And I personally built him. That was kind of my baby doing.
You love it.
Yep. And so it was just an amazing project to both work on and to see marketing take and use in these different scenarios to showcase what the product actually does, because not everyone can view what the product is used for.
When you look at mobile robotics as a whole, and it's growing in the industry, we're seeing mobile robotics, AMRs, AGVs, AMMRs, that are growing at a much larger adoption rate than traditional industrial and collaborative robots.
Yep.
So when we have an industry that's moving extremely fast going forward, how do you make sure that when you're bringing solutions to customers, that Nidec is staying on the forefront of that innovation to keep evolving as this industry evolves and ask for new solutions?
Yeah, so that goes back to our customers. We work hand in hand with our customers. When they have a requirement, we work with them to try and implement that solution as quickly and efficiently as possible, because we don't have one customer asking for something. We usually have a lot of customers asking for a new communication communication standard.
Yeah.
And so we get a poll of who needs this, who needs what specifically, and we try to implement that. So that way we're staying on the forefront of the technology. We have our marketing team that goes out there and does as much pre-analysis as they can before we have customers coming to us. Because at that point, you're almost too late. So we're doing a lot more work than we ever have to bring stuff to market before it needs to be there.
I love
it. Stay ahead of the game and make sure that we're the leader in the technology.
So what's exciting you most about this industry? As a product manager, you've been at Nidec for 4 years. You're seeing a lot of cool applications. What keeps you coming back that gets you excited about where the future of automation, the future of manufacturing, where the warehouse automation is moving forward in that? What's really motivating you to keep that industry moving?
I mean, it's just the goal of it, right? I mean, it's to take those mundane tasks that we don't want people necessarily to do, or the more dangerous tasks that we don't necessarily want them to do, and making life more engaging and more fun for people. I mean, we have all these shuttle systems that are super efficient, that are just making the workplace much safer, much more efficient, and making it so people can spend more time at home with their families or doing these projects that they want. I mean, Scout, that was for work, but again, I did that more of a side project for me because of how fun it was. I mean, just being able to be in these robotic systems and looking at the future, being involved in it is what brings me back every day to this. I love my job. I love doing what I do, and I wouldn't change anything about it.
You know, and I want to dive into that a little bit as well. You've been in the industry for 4 years, but before that, you graduated with a robotics engineering degree from Arizona State. Is that right?
That's correct.
But before you went to college, you got an engineering degree. You were involved with robotics in high school. And for those of you who know me, I am massive about advocating the future of manufacturing automation in the industry, getting this next generation involved. What was the stepping stones for you to be this next generation working in manufacturing and being a leader, doing that now just 4 years out of college, being a product manager for Nidec?
Yep. So that's kind of surprising for me as well. But no, so in high school, I was on a robotics team. First Tech Challenge, we had a team called the Jaegers. We were kind of the state champions through Arizona.
Love it. Let's go.
But I was on the mechanical side of things, working to actually physically build the robot. And it was the love of taking things apart, putting things together, just thinking about a challenge that's new every year and bringing new solutions that no one thinks about or that you've never thought about, and just stretching your mind to the fullest capability is the most incredible experience for me that I've ever felt. And to be able to use that in industry is an amazing experience that I think everyone should be able to experience. And one of my favorite things about robotics programs is they say it's the only way for anyone to go pro. And it's the darndest truth. I absolutely love it. And I advocate for those programs at any chance I get. They are the future of us. I mean, we'll be replaced by hopefully someone that was in one of those programs, because that's the next generation.
And it's the smart and passionate generation. And those skills that you learned on what products you should be using in the industry are now going to go ahead and transfer going forward for the next for the current job that you have in that area as well.
Absolutely.
So, Jeremy, thank you so much for your time. What booth are you guys in at here at Automate?
So Nidec Automation, we're at booth 2057. We are with our two sister divisions, Nidec Drives and Nidec Drive Technologies. So guys, come step by, say hi to Scout, let us showcase that, and we're excited to see everyone come by the booth.
Awesome. Well, Jeremy, thanks so much for your time. Of course, if you want to learn more about what Nidec's doing in the industry, we'll have some information here after Automate Live that you can follow up on. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you alluded to the Cultural Revolution. So, given it was ending at the time, but even despite that fact, you felt like this opportunity still wasn't open for you in China.
Well, at that time, it's difficult, right? And in China, when I left, it was early 90s, and I grew up in the 80s. It was not the same as today. So China went leaps and bounds, right? So the amazing sort of a progress that in my lifetime to witness, it's stunning to watch, a history making, right? Because you had to think about, I grew up in central Beijing. Like, I could jump on a bicycle and rode to Tiananmen Square like half an hour. That's how central I grew up in, like central Beijing, and that's capital city in China. But when I was little, there was literally still horse buggies in front of. I'm not exaggerating, right? So because horse will come in and then with vegetables and come in, and then we will see that in our, on our streets. And then we went from that to today. Like just go on TikTok and see what's China today. So, but when I left, China was still the way it was, and so it was just the beginning of the reform.
Yeah, and there's Fiercely Independent, and then there's a story that you told me about your mom, which I think probably goes like a step beyond Fiercely Independent, and to such a degree that you're not in any position to make excuses for why you can't do something when your mom has taken those kind of risks to get to where she was.
No, because I think that's the that's the sort of spirit and DNA instilled in me, right? And then so if you see how hard she worked, and I talked about growing up, and I was so grateful actually for that pieces of childhood memory, because my sister was 4 years younger than me. She didn't remember any of it, because when she had the memory, our life already got better. But I remembered it because we lived in we grew up in that's the end of Cultural Revolution, and we lived in the 3-bedroom apartment shared with 2 other families. And each family had 2 kids. So this is 3-bedroom apartment. So the 3 mothers will share a very small kitchen. Each one have a little burner, and then they share 1 sink, and we share 1 toilet. All 3 families, each family have 4 people. So we grew up in that kind of an environment, right? And we have 1 room, the 4 of us, and everything was rationed at that time. It was, if you think about the earliest stage of Soviet or North Korea today, that was kind of like that, right? So everything was rationed, into sugar, soy sauce, everything. So my mom would give me a little book, say, go get this month's ration of our soy sauce. I would go to the corner store. It was barely empty, and then get it and then take it back. That was my memory. My sister had no memories of it, but I remember. So once you remember that, and then you went to countryside to see the worst toilet that I experienced on a field trip, you put things in perspective. Once you've seen the real misery, and everything is perspective, right? So I am that mother, and teach my kids, like I would be threatening that if you don't eat me out, I'm gonna send you back to rural China for a year. So yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned I think it was the 3 stages of that kind of early immigration process, and I'm guessing that the struggle being the first stage, like you were pretty well set up to deal with the struggle, it sounds like.
I think in spirit wise, right? And because the first stage is survival. When you're actually in survival mode, when you're in survival mode, you take you don't take anything for granted, any opportunity, and you hustle, right? And then you want to do that. So any opportunity you got, you take it, and you're grateful, and then you work hard and try to make the best out of it. So one of the key differences when I first I had this 20-some years career, and then from factory floor engineer all the way to executive in a very sort of a male-dominant industry, I would say, is because it's triple threats. It's engineering, manufacturing, and oil and gas, and then now tech, right? So and for Chinese girl, like when I first started, it was, so I didn't have the sort of a typical middle class kid like my kids grow up. They have this vision for themselves, say, by this stage I'm going to do this, they have this trajectory. I just
You
wanted
didn't have
to survive.
expectations.
No, I didn't have expectations. So anything happened, every stage, I'm grateful, and it's just bonus. Because I start here, I'm grateful for my engineering job. That's why I started. And then after a few years, I gained some confidence, and people say, you can be a manager. I said, can I?
Obviously, you want to step out of
All right, welcome back, everybody, here at Automate Live 2026 in Chicago, Illinois, at the largest ever Automate show with 50,000 registrants here throughout the week in Chicago. There's a lot of great things happening. Now, of course, we are here at Automate Live bringing great stories, conversations right here to the show floor for you to be watching online and in recaps as well. Now, we talk about innovation that's happening in the industry. It's not just about robots. It's not just about AMRs and AGVs. It's often the automation that happens that supports manufacturers to make them more profitable, make them more productive, and make them more efficient. And so that's what our conversation is happening here today. I'm here talking with David Lin, the Director of Sales of North America for Modula. David, welcome to Automate Live.
Jake, thank you very much for having me.
You know, we've had great conversations before. We've talked in California. We've talked at previous events. But for the audience that is not familiar, tell us about the company.
So Modula is going to have its 40th anniversary next year, 1987, founded in Italy. We're from the industrial belt down towards Bologna, near to Fiorano. We have over 1,000 employees, over $300 million in sales a year. Here in the US, it's the newest Modula member of the family. We have 200 employees and are making 600 units a year here and building our way up to 1,000.
That's incredible. So you guys are creating automated vertical lift VLMs for the manufacturing industry and other industries as well. But you guys are going out there and you're really making efficiency happen on the floor. Now, when you guys have an Italian heritage, you're an Italian company, you have that European market where a lot of times floor space is a massive demand, right? It's much easier for them to leverage building up in storage and crib and parts than it is to just add another 20,000 square feet to the facility.
Yeah.
So tell us about that. Why is that mentality of growing and building up more important than just trying to add more square feet to a manufacturing facility?
Yeah, really easy to explain that one. So if you think about the Midwest where we are based now, our factory is in Franklin, Ohio, where you have a lot of flat space and a lot of people in the past were building out and wide. Italy, where we were born, has got the Alps in the north and the Apennines going down through the middle. There is no space to waste. I started off life after university driving trucks. You would never make any money driving trucks half empty. You would fill them up to their ceiling in the truck and max out the weight or the volume in that truck. The same in your building. A building that is only utilized 50% is 50% inefficient. The VLM gives customers and gives manufacturers, gives retailers, gives distributors the opportunity to use every square inch in that building.
And you're not just automating the VLM itself. You're taking new solutions, what you're doing with like FlexiBox, for example, and you're making those VLMs smarter. So tell us about that. How are you rethinking how to leverage a VLM on the manufacturing floor, on the floor for those end users?
Well, if you think about the manufacturing floor, everybody in a manufacturing building needs either tools or parts to do their job, whether they're picking or kitting or bringing tools down to do a job. Where are you going to get those from? In the past, without the VLM, you'd have to go and get your trolley, walk across the building to your parts facility, grab your stuff and bring it back. Very, very inefficient. Now, if you go to even our factory in Ohio, you'll see a VLM, whether it's the MA version, the smallest footprint, or the ML, the larger one, storing the parts and tools for the operator right there on the factory floor. The thing about the VLM is that traditionally you have a tray that comes down to the operator, goods to person technology. The tray comes down, and on the tray you have a whole selection of products, tools. It could be your gaskets, your washers, whatever it might be that you're using. But they're all on a tray, and your minimum you're getting one pick per tray. If you've loaded the tray smart, then you might get 2 or 3 picks from that one tray. But you're not going to be picking from every single location on that tray. With the FlexiBox, what we've done is we've moved that across to a bin solution. So you have bins stored inside instead of trays, and we have a mother tray in there that will help sort out bins and bring you down a tray with exactly your pick in every single bin. So 9 bins come out in front of you, and every single bin carries minimum 1 pick. So your efficiency goes through the roof. From 120 picks an hour, you're getting 300 picks an hour.
And you're de-risking the opportunity for a wrong bin to be picked as well. When you're able to go out there and create those bins and give those right in front of you, you're improving that efficiency that's happening on the production floor.
So the VLM is going to protect you as best possible from wrong picks, because we have 3 different means of assisting the picker to prevent him from doing the wrong pick. Wrong picking costs a lot of money because, first of all, you risk annoying your customer. He gets the wrong thing. He's been waiting and down for 3 or 4 days, and now he gets the wrong pick. That's going to really kill the relationship. So the VLM's got a whole series of ways to help you pick the right thing, including a green dot that arrives right on top of the product you're supposed to pick. The FlexiBox moves that one level higher again, that every single bin comes down, you're picking batch picking from every single one of them. So it's really built for speed. You're going to remove the chances of wrong picking, but you're really moving your speed massively.
Absolutely. So what are some of the big end users that we're seeing in the industry right now that we're really seeing come and adopt this technology? Where can this VLM be deployed?
So pretty much, if you think about the VLM per se was born in a factory, right? So today it's been used in distributions, it's been used in MRO, it's been used in all different areas. But 75% of VLMs that we manufacture end up in a factory of some sort. The FlexiBox is finding its way more into distribution centers, more into areas where people are doing e-commerce fulfillment and things like that, where speed and throughput is really much more important. The VLM is the workhorse. There's all sorts of ways to make it faster with batch picking, with put-to-light solutions, with using Modula's warehouse management solutions to help you pick more accurately and pick in batches. But the FlexiBox moves into a distribution center where you're really moving goods out for online customers, anyone who's really picking lots of product and wants to get it out the door quickly.
And it's not just the growth that you're helping those companies. You guys, as a whole, with Modula, are also experiencing growth down in Ohio. So you had a 170,000 square foot facility that was originally built. When was the U.S. facility built?
So the U.S. facility was built actually for the Dayton Daily News back in the 90s, which went pop right around the time the internet came in. So the building was built to distribute newspapers around the Midwest. We bought it in 2019. We finally commissioned it in 21. I moved out from Italy in 21, and we had 170,000 square foot. We're now doubling it, $50 million investment in the U.S. on top of the 36 we already put in here.
Yeah.
So $86 million investment in VLM production in North America.
So 340,000 square feet happening right in there. And that's adding an entire additional production line to your facility to support that, to go from 600 VLMs to 1,000 VLMs.
1,000 VLMs. So our goal is to manufacture 1,000 VLMs in North America. Q1 this year, we had 26% growth on last year. And we're looking to hit all our targets for half year 2026. So everything we're reading about, everything that you're telling about, the blogs you write about, the information you share with the market about why people are turning to automation, right? Which is, they're finally getting it on space. Just because you give a guy an extra 100,000 square foot, he'll fill it for you.
Yeah.
But he won't fill it for you in a managed, efficient way. They'll just spread out.
It's just, if anything, it's creating more work for that end user because they have to travel farther. The opportunity to bring product to a central location and then have that value add be presented to it by either assembly or shipping or taking those out and those goods to market at a much faster rate really get almost decreased by expansion unless you're going
up. So one area you hit on is the space, right? Pretty obvious. If you've got X space and you can utilize the height, then you haven't got to build a new building. So you're saving money and utilizing it more. But what about the folks you've got in the building? So it's hard to find good people. Any factory, talk to any factory. I travel around factories every week in this country. Everyone's telling me the same thing. Hard to find people to work on the factory floor. They migrate. People for $1 more, $2 more will move someplace else. So what do? You automate in your factory. We're automating, but you automate also in your picking, packing, and your warehouse area. So the VLM will probably give you 4-to-1 ratio on what was taking you 4 people to do the job before will get 1. That's valuable people that you've got to deploy elsewhere in your building.
But it's also keeping people there because what it's doing is it's taking away a lot of that physical work.
Exactly.
That if a person's having to push around a shopping cart and walk through a facility and travel 5, 10, 15 miles a day going around there, now all of a sudden the physical labor that's being put on a person is a lot less, which they don't want a lot of times want to do anymore. They don't want to have to work all the time, especially in a very hot and sweaty and heavy warehouse. You can put this in a crib and have a lot more productivity happen, and it keeps people as well.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about the modular VLM as a giant vending machine. Which would you prefer to do? Would you prefer to be walking around hours and hours around, as you say, a sweaty warehouse with low air conditioning, temperatures going up, or have your job digitalized, automated, right in front of you, efficiency, reduce the risk physically to you, because don't forget, all the VLMs are designed and fit into all the standards for ergonomics, things like that. So physically, you're having a better day, you're having an easier day, you can get a lot more done, and you're working with digital, modern equipment rather than old-fashioned stuff. You can tell your company's investing in you, your job is easier, your company's making more money, can pay you more money because it's not wasting so much. Everybody's happy. I mean, one of the interesting things that I'm hearing, though, going around these manufacturers is more and more people are using their buildings as showrooms, right? Once upon a time, you just build it and ship it. Now people are saying, look, I'm going to invest in my building. People are going to come and see what I'm building, how I'm building, and they come in and see the parts and the tooling and the products stored in VLMs, and especially modular VLMs, which have that beautiful Italian look. Everyone tells us how gorgeous they are, that it really makes the manufacturer look, and you can see they're investing in their business. It's good for everybody.
Absolutely. It's creating a win across the board. So we're here at Automate, 50,000 registers across the industry right now. What makes you most excited about the automation industry in general going into the next 5 years? You've been in the industry for a long time. What's exciting you about what we're going to see in the future?
So, I mean, I'm sure lots of fellas who've come in here from Europe have said the same thing. This is where it's at. America is where it's at. It's always been here. This is where everyone's investing. It's the biggest growing economy in the world. What's really exciting is just people are now realizing that going up is much smarter than going out. So there's opportunities arising absolutely everywhere. People are getting innovative. They're participating in the solution building. They're not just turning to you, say, hey, fix it for me. They want to sit down. They want to co-create. And the VLM is such a workhorse. It can go anywhere in a building. It integrates beautifully with AMRs, with cobots. We've got wonderful relationships with organizations like Yaskawa, ABB, MIR. Everybody they see the VLM as, if you like, automation 101. It's the first piece of automation to put into your warehouse because everything can feed off the VLM.
And I want to highlight that. That's a great point as well. You can take solutions, and VLM can be a tool to a much larger solution across the floor as well, being able to go out there and have cobots doing some of that picking. And then once you build those kits out, you can put those kits on a cart, and the AMR or AGV will pull that away and bring it to another area. Because the sortation is already automated, it's not hard to build that into a much more complex system as well to automate on your production floor.
That's a great point. So every building has got its golden spot, right? Its most expensive space. And that is not where you want to store parts or tooling. So you can actually move them to the cheapest location in the building and shuttle it with an AMR from the VLM. So the VLM could go anywhere you want, as long as you got a nice bit of ceiling height, put the VLM there and shuttle the goods across where you want them to go. So absolutely. The opportunities for growth in everybody who's here, the cobots, the robots, the AMRs, we are basically an enabler. I see it as an enabler of this technology. We manufacture them. We're not competing with anybody in that line. We're not an integrator. We manufacture. All our money goes into manufacturing and innovating the VLM so that it can cover as many solutions for manufacturers, distributors, and integrators around the world. So
fantastic. So if people are here at the Automate show, where should they see you guys? What booth are you in?
So come and see us at the Modular booth, which number I can't remember right now.
Well, we'll have it on the screen below as well.
There
we go. Oh, we have it. We have a live screen. Can I see it? 4017 at the Modular booth as well. You guys can check them out here. They're here all week, Monday through Thursday. And of course, did I see a happy hour on there as well? Is there gonna be drinks as well? We got drinks. What day am I having?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So tomorrow, happy hour in the Modular booth 4017 in the South Hall. David, really appreciate it. Of course, if you want to learn more about what they're doing in the industry, we'll have some more information, contacts to their LinkedIn and their website down below. Until then, I'm Jake Hall, the Manufacturing Millennial, and we'll see you guys again soon for another Automate Live.
Thank you.
Obviously, you want to step out. Yeah, I mean, you
could just give us like a clap in front of the lens.
A good clap?
Yeah, just a clap.
My name is Michael. I am 16 years old, and I am the driver and secondary builder for my team. My team name is Blizzard, and the rest of my team is Tyler, Chase, Arian, Rahul, and Olivia.
So we'll see what Highlander.
This is one of, if not the biggest event we're going to go to this year. It has some of the top teams from around the country, around the world. The end goal for every season is to qualify for the World Championship.
This is a robotics competition. It's worlds qualifying. It has international repercussions.
It is controlled chaos at best. The sound is all over the place. The lights are all over the place. Does your robot work? What motors are running? What parts do you need? The successful teams can take that chaos and tune it out.
God. First thing that goes wrong right before our first match.
We're fine, we're fine in test.
Screws or loose, something's going on, but they always end up figuring it out. I have a lot of faith.
How long before they have to go down?
A couple of minutes, I think.
The robots we're competing with were built in about 2.5 weeks, which is half of what we would use as a normal build cycle. Last year, they had a terrible event here. They ended up with yelling and screaming between their own team members, and that's when they realized it was them that was holding them back.
Don't overcomplicate it, okay? It's first match of the season, keep it simple.
Last year, the break for us was communication. It's all communication.
And it was very clear that there was a lot of work that we needed to do with our team.
Outtake.
Yeah, just pick up the ball.
I'm sure there's disagreements on stuff and how they would approach it, but they're working through that, they're navigating it, and that's critical to what you do every day in any field, but especially in robotics and manufacturing and automation.
The students that we see competing in events like VEX Robotics, they're going to really contribute to the future of robotics and automation. We need them to enter our workforce, and so we really like the outreach opportunities we have here.
Get Mikey, that control zone.
We're playing the game Pushback.
Blocks into this long goal next to me. Their alliance partner pushing and shoving on the far end of the court.
Aries almost in a position to defend. Gives it up, goes for the park. Omegabot's looking to match here in the last moment. That's tough.
Hey, that's so bad.
That's not control zone, is it? Don't you need at least two? Does that count?
Such a bad match.
We lost because of both the control zones. Hey, look, Tyler, balls do not matter. Control zones matter.
I was telling him to match mode. We had 0 balls.
I said don't overcomplicate it. You overcomplicated it.
First match, they lost a close match. The first thing they said to me when they came back to the pit is, "We get it. Our strategy was completely wrong."
The second we got out of the match, we had a conversation. We were like, okay, this is what we need to do. We do keep evolving, and like win or lose, we see things that we need to change. Everything's a learning process, so that's really the whole reason we're here.
They're max loader, Mikey.
Jeff Bernstein, the president of the Association for Advancing Automation. A3 is the world's largest robotics and automation trade association. Our mission is to educate companies on how to successfully apply automation. Education is extremely important to A3. Every company I talk to, they all say the same thing. We can't find enough skilled people. And so these kids, with their passion and the skills that they're learning, I think are going to have limitless opportunities in the future.
We hope that as you advance your careers, that you'll look at some of our member companies in our organization to learn more
If
about.
you visit a VEX
All right, welcome everyone back here at Automate Live 2026. I'm Jake Hall, the manufacturing millennial, and we are here in Chicago, Illinois with 50,000 other registrations, really, and attendees for the largest Automate show ever. Now, we're talking about a lot of great conversations, and I'm having another one here. I'm here with Jonathan Dougherty from Heidenhain, the Director of Business Development, and you guys bring some really cool products and solutions to the industry that are really helping manufacturers grow in a lot of components. So before we dive into what solutions, I want to know more about the company. So tell us about Heidenhain, your history, what you guys are doing in the industry.
Perfect. Yeah. First off, thanks for having me. Happy to be here. Excited to be
Absolutely.
part of the Automate Live 2026. But yeah, so our company Heidenhain, we're a German-based company, German manufacturer. We've been around for over 150 years, so long history and establishment
Absolutely it
there.
is.
And what we do is we focus on motion components specifically for demanding and dynamic positioning applications. So what we like to focus on is really high accuracy and additional functionality. We make encoders, both rotary and linear, and we go into a slew of different applications from motors and robotics into machine tool and semiconductor. And you can imagine there's a wide range of what's needed in each of those applications. So we try to be as comprehensive as possible. We like to say anything that moves, we can measure, right?
I love
So
it.
that's what we do.
And you guys are known for your precision measurement in the industry,
Absolutely.
helping out with the encoder and linear solutions. But when you're looking at here at Automate in 2026, what's that next breakthrough product? What are we seeing that's really going to help move that industry forward and continue to grow when it comes to automation?
Yeah, so what we focus on for Automate is specifically the products for like motors and robotics, right? That's the big new generation that we're doing here is automating the solutions in the manufacturing. So our next generation encoders are specifically designed for motor feedback and for robotic joints. And what we're doing is providing higher levels of accuracy, but also providing, more capability within the encoder beyond just position measurement, but also getting into things like diagnostic capability, vibration analysis, even getting into things like torque sensing as well. So really a comprehensive package, both for the motor suppliers and also up to the robotic joints as well.
So what are some of the big challenges that customers are coming into you today for? What is needing to be solved in the industry when it comes to that precision control, that real-time feedback on a lot of these systems? What are some of the big challenges that we're facing right now?
Yeah, the things that we're hearing from the industry is that a lot of the time what they're facing is getting into things like functional safety.
Okay.
Functional safety is a terminology that is carried over from the machine directive in Europe, something that being a German company, we're very familiar with. So it comes from the machine tool industry. But basically, as you get cobots and you get humanoids that are interacting with human beings, you want to make sure that they're as safe as possible and getting to a level where, you don't want any injuries or any liability for that. So getting into functional safety and building a system that is redundant, secure, and has all of the direct communication coming back so that you can make sure that your system is secure as well. So for us, our next generation is basically building a platform of tools from basic entry level for the customers that are looking we just want positioning measurement and we just want to make sure we have that, all the way up to implemented high accuracy functional safety. We've got a suite of products with our inductive encoders. And then for robotics, we're adding additional functionality with sensing for the motors, sensing for the positioning after the gear train, and adding in that functional safety on top.
So when we look at encoders and feedback systems, are we seeing more of a demand for higher speed, higher accuracy? Is that really and then safety as well?
Yeah.
Is what's demanding those solutions? What's changing in the industry? Does people want productivity faster? Is the warehouse logistics space growing more? What's causing this demand for increased speed, accuracy, and safety?
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, you're always looking for more efficiency, you're always looking for more productivity, right? And within the robotic space, you have a lot of industrial robots that are out there. But you can do additional functionality by putting like secondary encoders on that to basically drive up the efficiency level of those robots. But I think a lot of, what you're talking about, the demand is coming from like the cobots and the humanoid space, right?
Okay.
We want to take those solutions forward into the next generation of what our customers and the robot OEMs are supplying. And what they're really looking to do is, have a cobot working in a production cell, make sure that it's identifying and grabbing the right thing, or with a humanoid working within a warehouse location and, has the right feedback solution, has the right safety to operate in that environment and not have any, incidents or anything related to that. So
Is that the next big leap that we're seeing in the industry? It's enhancing the products, but what about ease of integration? I would assume that as these companies are out there in humanoids or collaborative robots or other industrial solutions, time to market is a key advantage that's moving this industry forward. So it's not just about the product features, it's also about the ease of integration. How does that come into mind when you guys are going out there and you're finding these new products and solutions and enhancing the capability? How does that ease of integration go into the mindset of what you're hearing from customers?
that's something that we have to focus on, right? Because we are a component inside of an engineered solution, and we want to make sure that whatever we're going into, we're matching the mechanical, we're matching the electrical. So we do a lot to make sure that we have tools up front to help with that. So we have diagnostic tools that are available so that the mounting and everything is easy with our products, but also integration on the electrical side. We have an interface called NDAT, stands for encoder data. And that's basically an established interface that we have out there. And we're taking it to the next level with our next generation NDAT 3. And what we do there is basically, provide more data information, but make it easier for the controller and drive manufacturers to put it in and design that part of it. And so we have additional tools like our diagnostics, but also our implementation guides and everything like that to make sure that anybody who wants to get that higher level information, that functional safety, that little bit of extra accuracy, can have access to that through our Heidenhain solutions.
So it wouldn't be 2026 talking about manufacturing automation if I didn't bring up the topic around AI.
Yeah, have to.
How are you guys leveraging AI in 2026 or machine learning in 2026 around your products and deployments and solutions?
Yeah, when I think about AI, it's interesting. I'm going to probably go backwards and then I'm going to go forwards on this
Sounds
one,
good.
right? And I think back, 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago when we talk about Automate here. That was my first show back then. And the big topic at that time was industrial Internet of Things, Industry 4.0, big data. Everybody was collecting information, trying to get the most out of their machine to understand the processes and understand what's going on, right? And that's really led into this next generation of AI because, as everybody knows, you got bad data coming in, you got bad data coming out. Doesn't matter how good your AI tool is if you don't have the right inputs. So what we really try to do is build on the systems that we had from the Industry 4.0 Internet of Things development and make sure that we are providing the right information, high accuracy, the key diagnostic information, and then people can take that and put it into their AI development. What I see as the next generation of that is what AI features are going to be chosen in the end, right? Because in the industry, we're almost in like this trial period right now where we're developing a lot of different AI solutions, but we're trying to figure out, okay, where are the efficiency gains? Where's the productivity going to come from using AI? And there's a lot of different solutions out there from, identification AI solutions or, control architecture that is doing decision making. And, the next generation of that, I think, is going to be identifying the key feature and functionality that AI has the most impact on and making sure that you're getting the right data in there so that you can get the right output from the AI decisions that gets made.
And I think that dives a little bit into this digitalization. I feel like more and more companies are wanting to digitalize all their processes. They want to take siloed processes and put it into a much more larger system. So how are we seeing that happen? How are we seeing you guys adopting this Industry 4.0 mentality of smart manufacturing and digitalization? Is the information that you're providing not just within the internal system, but information that goes to other infrastructures and systems, really seeing growth and demand that way?
Absolutely. You hit on it right on the head, right? Because typically within the, let's say, motion control aspect, you're just doing the positioning loop, maybe a speed loop, torque sensing on top of that, right? But as we integrate out and have more information coming in, you want to be a part of the other systems that are doing that diagnostics. So the next generation of that is really open communication. And how does that look like, right? Who's managing all that? So what we've done is actually we've introduced new functionality like Bluetooth connectivity, so that people directly on a shop floor or within a manufacturing or warehouse can look at the component information and read it out directly, so that they can see that live and make decisions based on that. But then we're also integrating into larger like SCADA systems over like OPC UA and whatever solutions that people are looking for, so that they can have the right personnel looking at maybe like from a control tower to make the decisions that they need to. But it all comes down to open communication across platforms for sure.
So we look at the next 3 to 5 years. What are we seeing some of the big trends and opportunities around manufacturing, around taking these solutions of precision control? What are some of the big markets that you're seeing as opportunities going in the future?
Yeah, I think so. You're seeing right now a big boom in semiconductor manufacturing, right? You're seeing data centers being built. You're seeing a lot of investment being put into that development. And what comes with that a lot of time is automation of those areas, right? So you have a lot of these companies investing in humanoids or AGVs or robotics to support their developments in those areas. You want to see continued growth, obviously, within the manufacturing space. I mean, we've got some great cars coming from the US. We've got some great aerospace and everything as well. And I think you're going to see more and more automation in those areas, utilizing the next generation of robots and AI to do more within those spaces. And then, down the line, we'll see, what is the next generation? What does the future factory look like? Right? Is everything talking over, 5G network with each other? Are we having robots interacting with humans on a daily basis? What does that look like? So certainly, it's a blue ocean right now, and we're navigating to see where the future leads us.
So we talk about wanting to know what that next generation of the industry of the manufacturing space looks like. And as I look across, we see the education being where this next generation of Gen Zs are going to be coming into manufacturing. What would you say to an individual who's not in manufacturing right now, why manufacturing is a great industry and a great opportunity that is seeing a lot of growth?
What I would say is, manufacturing is always the area where you're going to see new technology coming from, either in the development of that new technology or the application of that new technology, right? And so when I'm talking to the next generation of, Gen Z or other people coming out, a lot of what I think they're focused on is developing hands-on application use cases, right? There's a makers movement out there of wanting to be detached almost from the digital, but be a part of the world and working on that thing. Manufacturing is perfect for that. You get digital interaction, but you're also making something in the end, right? You're contributing to developments that you can put your hands on. And I think that's really cool to see. And, the development of robotics is still ongoing, and you're seeing more and more of those with the humanoids and the AGVs. But also the next generation of AI and everything else is going to be applied in manufacturing first and foremost. So I think anyone who has interest in that, that's the place to go.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of interest here at the Automate Show as well. Now, you guys are in booth 1536.
That's it.
And you guys are in the South Hall all this week. What are 2 products that people should stop by and take a look at while they're at the show?
Yeah, if you're coming by, I would say come by and talk to us about our robotic encoders. Come talk to us about functional safety, and come get a very cool demo of our Heidenhain robot that we have built up, and I can showcase that.
Awesome. What's the Heidenhain robot doing? Is that showcasing a wide variety of different solutions and how your products are integrated together?
Yeah, so we're just making the component. We don't make a robot itself. But what we're showcasing there is basically the capability of our accuracy, the additional functionality you can do with those. And then also we have the ability to do torque sensing even within our components. So we're showcasing the capability that you have with a robotic arm using our products, but then also the additional functionality add-ons.
Awesome. So a lot of companies, if you're looking and you're building up your own robotic solution, your mobile robotics, or really in a wide variety of different spaces, and you're looking for components that are going to give you real-time feedback as well as that new area of safety integrated into it as well, you guys can check it out.
That's absolutely it.
So booth 1536. Well, Jonathan, I really appreciate the time today. Of course, if you want to learn more about what's happening in the industry and what Heidenhain is doing in the manufacturing space, bringing ultra precise control solutions to the industry, we'll have some more information down below. But until then, stay tuned for another episode. I'm Jake Hall, the Manufacturing Millennial. We'll see you guys again soon.
Hello, how's it going? My name is Jana Martin and I'm the Media Production Manager at A3, and I'm so excited to be talking with you today about updated Gigi Vision standards. With me is our Vision Standards Director, Bob McCurra. Bob, thanks so much for being here today.
Happy to be here.
Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about the standard. First of all, what's going on? Why are we getting a new updated standard for Gigi Vision this year?
Basically, the current version of GigiVision, which is 2.2, is capped at about 10 gigs. And it's been that way since I've been here at A3 for over 14 years. So basically, we use a UDP streaming protocol, which involves the processor. And so as it gets faster and faster, it starts to consume the CPU. The hardware gets very hot. So it's really, things have gotten better over the 14 years. The designs have improved, but we're really at the point where something needs to change. So, and that's what GigiVision version 3 does.
And for someone who maybe doesn't know as much about vision standards, I think even a person like that, like myself, can conceptualize of how much change has happened if you just look at all technologies. Batteries have gotten better. Every part of these technologies have gotten faster and better. So the fact that it's been 14 years, you said, since the standard was updated, wow,
well,
there's a
well,
lot
no,
of ground to cover.
We've updated, but we haven't made the big change that we're about to make.
Okay, so what is the big change?
The big change is a new streaming protocol, which will be included. The existing streaming protocol will be maintained, so there's backwards compatibility. But instead of UDP, we're using RDMA. RDMA is remote direct memory access. And that basically is a hardware mechanism so that you can go directly from memory and not involve the CPU. And that enables many, many more things and faster things.
Excellent. So what finally pushed GigiVision to make this leap this year?
Well, we've been working on it for a couple years. And basically, the 10 gig limit is something that we've been living with for a while, and we're looking for solutions, cost-effective solutions, and the technical committee is constantly scanning the horizon for improvements. And there are a couple different options, and they decided on Rocky V2 and RDMA as a solution.
Okay, amazing. Now let's dive into both those terms you just mentioned a little bit more. What is RDMA and Rocky V2, and how do they relate to one another?
RDMA is remote direct memory access, so that you can go directly from RAM to the system without involving the processor. So that keeps the processor from getting consumed as you get faster. Rocky V2 is remote direct memory access, RDMA, over converged Ethernet. So it's a particular flavor of RDMA, and it's one that's incorporated in many NICs, the network interface cards by the major manufacturers. So as long as you have a network interface card that's compatible with Rocky V2, you can use this new streaming protocol and achieve speeds that are much greater than 10 gigs.
What is converged Ethernet versus InfiniBand?
So these are very technical terms, and I have the privilege of working with very smart people on our technical committees. So I'll give you my layman's interpretation. If you want a more technical explanation, I can certainly direct you to, or anybody to key people within the technical committees to get you that next level of detail. But basically, it's converged Ethernet is more like the normal Ethernet that everybody has. Whereas InfiniBand is a high-performance Ethernet that's used mostly in AI for very high-end applications. It's more expensive and is more rare, whereas converged Ethernet is what most people already have in-house. So what using Rocky V2 allows us to do is have RDMA without having to have that high-performance Ethernet. So it's basically people already have the Ethernet that they've got, and they'll be able to get the benefits of RDMA without upgrading their Ethernet.
Excellent. So for engineers who have lived through earlier interface bottlenecks, what problem does Rocky V2 solve that the previous GigiVision versions did not address?
Basically, it comes back to UDP streaming protocol versus an RDMA protocol. Speed. It all comes down to speed.
Everybody always wants to go faster, right? So this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so zero copy image transfer sound
All right, welcome back, everyone, for another Automate Live here at the Automate Show 2026 in Chicago, Illinois, where 50,000 attendees are here to learn about the future of automation, robotics, AI, and what's impacting our industry. Now, when it comes to the automation space, it's not just about robots. It's not just about cobots. It's not just about the really cool technology. Sometimes it's the components that make things happen that are really pushing our industry forward. And there's no better conversation to have than that. I'm here with Ben Hall. He's the director of sales. And we're here with Edom America. Not Item, Edom. And so talk to us about Edom as a company. We see you guys all over this space. You create really cool modular solutions and components and parts that allow companies to integrate those robotic solutions. So tell us about Edom.
Well, first, Jake, thanks for having me. And man, this is a great start already to day one, isn't it?
It's incredible.
It is
how
exciting.
busy this is.
So yeah, I mean, I think you touched the nail on the head there. For us, it's like, we're not the sexiest. We're not the newest robot technology. We have a great sponsorship of a very important pavilion over there in the South Hall today, for this week too. But at the basics, though, it's still the root of what's done in manufacturing. And there's still the need for workstations. There's still the need for material handling. And for what we do, bringing a modular building kit system allows that enhancement more than just a typical off-the-shelf commodity that somebody might buy.
What I think what's really cool about it is you're taking a lot of either automated solutions or manual solutions, and you're increasing the productivity of those solutions. So you can go out there and you can create a fully non-automated process, but still improve the productivity of a human doing manual labor. Or you can integrate with automated processes such as a cart or tooling for a robot and build off of that. So we see the growth. We're going to talk more about products in a minute, but we want to talk about what's Edom's goal for investment in going there. You're doing some more investments in the United States. I want to dive into that. So, so what are you guys doing moving forward here in the U.S.?
So, I mean, one of our bread and butter still is going to be constant innovation and development of our own products. So we've already just did a release for the U.S. back in May for a whole new series of new products that work in the modular system sector. But it's even to enhance the ability to work with more cobots or specialized base plates or working into the AMR sector, that we can work with a lot of this interesting technology, but to make sure that an end customer has the ability to create the custom solution they need, but that it will work with this technology because everybody's a little bit different. So being able to do that, that's one investment. The other big thing is, a 6 meter or 20-foot long piece of aluminum extrusion. It's not the easiest thing to ship in the world. So being able to be more local. So you mentioned it a little bit. We could touch a little bit later on it, but adding another location later this year, which is really exciting for us.
Awesome. And when we look at the products and solutions, you're bridging that technology. You're going out there and you're able to take what we see between the North Hall and the South Hall here in Chicago, and you integrate into almost every single one of these solutions because you're taking the products they have and enhancing them to that another level. Talk to us a bit more about your goal and what you're seeing going into the future.
So, I mean, I'll give you hey, it's about summertime. Everybody's getting their patio umbrellas. They're looking for those. And what are you looking for? You're looking for the color, you're looking for the size. It's going to shade this patio perfectly. And you don't think about the base. You're like more about all the features and, oh, how great this is going to be. And then you don't put any concern about the base, the non-sexy part. You go set this umbrella out, and all of a sudden your shade is not where you wanted it. Now I don't have the ability to move it around really easy. Or, man, if I would have thought about just something a little bit more dynamic here. And so that's what we see here, is just that it's easy to get caught up in the robotics, the automation, the technology, and forget about some of the core basics that still is going to make you really have that small enhancement that eases your life or allows you the flexibility to change. Because I don't know about you, but I don't get things perfect the first time very much. And so I like to be able to adapt, and I like the ability to change or to modify something to get it exactly the way I need. And that's what we bring to the table.
Awesome. So we look at the modular concepts that you guys are rolling out there. I would assume the time to deployment is such a key factor in the automation space right now. Companies come up with a solution. They want to deploy it now. They don't want to wait 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 6 months to be able to deploy something now. How does that concept of modularity, and then on top of that, a lot of the components that you are bringing to the market work together and are easy to deploy, why is that such a factor that makes automation grow and continue to evolve at a rapid pace?
Oh, well, I mean, today timing is so stressed right now and across multiple industries. And so once somebody makes a decision, they want to be able to have it yesterday. And with a modular system, there's not the extra steps that you might need in welding or fabrication. And so that allows you to move faster. But funny enough, again, one of the areas that I would love people to get like a little bit more sense of, think about that even before the design part. Think about that to working with people and getting through the design phase even earlier. So when you do want that deployment, it's on time and it's even better than what you thought. Most people forget about that stage and just it's thinking like off the shelf. And again, it is faster, but putting a little bit of that extra effort and thought process in the early stage within the designing helps tremendously for customer success.
Awesome. So when we think of customer success, I think of them adopting change in the industry and staying on top of things. So when you look at, you've been in the industry for 25 years, you've seen a lot of change happen over that time. What are some of the big changes that you're seeing happening moving forward in the next 3 to 5 that are really going to be something that manufacturers should be aware of and on top of when it comes to their design processes, how they integrate, how they bring product to market, around that?
So actually, it's a great topic because it's one that I'll be speaking on later this week, but it's about the Amazon effect and what that effect is having on manufacturers and the businesses, just like a normal customer, just like you and I, being on Amazon, want that ease and that ability, that freelance to be able to do. They're expecting that now from their suppliers. Before it was my personal and my work side, and I had to keep a structure on my suppliers, but they're asking for that now. And so as suppliers and manufacturers, we're having to meet those needs even more. So I know, we're talking a lot about AI. What's AI going to do? Well, from a supplier standpoint, it's more about how can we use AI to enhance the experience or enhance the speed for the manufacturing sector, because the faster we can be, that just allows them to deploy even faster and or at least to test or to go through prototyping phases in a much shorter time span than it's ever been before. So these are going to be things that before, when you and I maybe went into place 20 years ago and they talked about R&D, that could have been a year-long or months-long project. Now people want to be able to condense this into prototyping within a couple months and deployment within a couple weeks, which that's a crazy thing to think about that timing.
Well, and I think that matches the timeline though that we're seeing when a company wants to deploy a cobot solution to the market, they want to make it quickly because a lot of times that's going to be working alongside a human. So talk to us your approach. How do you make sure that the products that you're bringing to market align with those collaborative robots, that align with those industrial robots, mobile cart solutions, right? You're going out there and you have an AMR that's going to go pick up a cart. You want to make sure that when you deploy 20 of those carts on the floor, that they're going to work with that robot. How do you make sure that interoperability or that integration is smooth across the board?
Yeah, and that's a great point to it because, again, everybody has their own technology that's making their enhancements what they are, but that creates a different dynamic for what a base you might have to do. Let's take AMRs, for example. If you looked at different brands, their vision sense system is going to be different. How that's going to align where if you put a caster in one way versus a different, that could impede the vision system. And so now it's not going to fully operate the way that it needs to. So for us, it's actually within our R&D and development group as well, working with these manufacturers to understand their technology and really do our deployment and being able to develop and make sure that we can provide a functional system. And really we keep it though to that base stage because we still want the creativity and the innovation of the customer to create then the rest of that vision. And that's for us, that's the big key is we want to empower the customer. Well, if we take out some of the roadblocks or what might have slowed them down in deployment in the past, get that out of the way. Now let's talk about what's important of those critical materials you need to move, customize a top module that then now you have a full solution to deploy.
So we're here at Automate. You guys are in booth 2021 in the South Hall.
Yes.
What are 3 things that people who are walking the show this week should stop by and look at in your booth?
So let's start back with the designing side of it. One of the things that they can stop by and see is one of our key digital tools, which is our engineering tool. It's a web-based online designing platform, allowing customers to actually design with all of our products, creating a solution from scratch. Now, again, I'm one where that would be a little daunting for me. I'm just in sales, not an engineer. So I would actually maybe say, could you give me something that's already a little bit of a shape or something that I can start with? So you might dance to the sample solution side. You get a pre-done design solution that, okay, maybe that's not exactly what I want, but I can upload it into this designing platform, make the small modifications and changes that I'd like, and now I have a full solution. And then from that solution, I can go in different routes if I want to do as a kit or actually get it fully assembled for my deployment. So that would be one thing. The other side of it, again, a lot of greenfield, a lot of investment with new manufacturing going on. So of course, workbenches and workstations are always a key to manufacturing in some parts of the assembly process. So those would be two of the main ones.
And then you also mentioned you are sponsoring, you're partnering with something that's happening over in the South Hall as well. Did I hear that right?
So actually, we have a couple different companies that we're partnering with over there. So Wheel Me is one that we're doing. They are actually a mobile robotic technology.
Yeah, right in Michigan, where I'm from as well, doing some really cool mobile robot stuff.
Exactly. And I love some of those places that Michigan's doing and the innovation centers there and companies that are doing that. That is great to see. And so, yeah, really for them, they have the technology, but they got to be able to show a use case. And so working with them to actually show kind of some real application examples, really for a lot of the attendees gives them that full scope and vision to say, I could see that being used in our facility or make improvements in our facility today.
Awesome. All right, as we wrap things up, Ben, one final question for you. When we look out and we look into the automation space in the next 5 years, what are some of the biggest things that manufacturers are going to have to overcome to really drive this next generation of productivity around the human worker? How are we going to really make sure that the human worker is growing and contributing in the manufacturing space?
So, I mean, speed is obviously that's going to be one of the main ones. Again, how fast can you get this to those customers and in a full deployment method? But at the same time, looking at areas that we're not touching on yet today that we could speed up. I mean, we do this in our own in-house, how we're looking at using AI that could speed our processes and our people up. But I think speed is going to be number one, but also hearing directly from those individuals. If we're not listening to their feedback to better understand what can make their job better or enhance their abilities, then we're just making decisions without actually good feedback. And so that'll be a key aspect as well, getting more feedback from those that are making it happen today.
Awesome. Well, Ben, as we wrap things up, one final question for you that I like to do. What is one thing that is not talked about enough in the industry right now? If I'm asking from your 25 years of experience, from seeing all different types of applications and deployment, what is one thing we're not addressing enough right now in the industry?
I think just enhancing training and development within our own companies. It's such a rush to hire the expert or the advanced person that we're not doing enough to develop enough of our teams to enhance their abilities overall. And so I know a lot of companies do some great training programs, but there's a lot of companies that we just rushed, to get through everything. And if we continue to develop and I mean, we could have the next amazing workforce ever if we just take the time to find out what do we really need to get them developed and
Invest in your people, and they'll grow your products, and they'll solve your problems.
Exactly.
Love it. Awesome. Well, Ben Hall, thank you so much. Of course, if you want to learn more about what Edom America is doing in the industry, you can visit them all this week up to Thursday in the South Hall in booth 2021. Check out what they're doing with their online solutions, how they're helping solutions become more configurable online, as well as a lot of their products. But until then, I'm Jake Hall, the Manufacturing Millennial. Stay tuned for more Automate Live happening throughout this week.
Yeah, I mean, you alluded to the What do you mean when you say real robotics?
I don't know. That might get me in trouble, I guess. But I think robotics is one of those funny things, right? I think the old joke is like it's only a robot if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's obviously systems, mechatronic systems that operate everywhere, every day, right? They're running conveyors, they're, shunting packages between different belts.
You're talking about like autonomy. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I guess I think the idea that we all have of this end point, right, is you have, your kind of manufacturing C3PO, right, where you can just tell it what to do and it goes over and it does something. You have the ability to not have to kind of babysit the system, right? You don't do a ton of extra work to kind of set up everything specifically so that you can do it, right? The story of kind of a lot of the robotic systems today is that the majority of the work actually is the surroundings, of the robot, right? It's like, how do you install the robot so that it can touch everything? What end effector does it get, right? How are you programming the robot, right? How do you program all the other systems to interact with the robot, right? The actual robot itself is just a kind of an object that you install and you feed the program, right? And again, it's a huge amount of work, right? There's companies that make those systems. Obviously, they're very difficult, or there'd be a lot more companies that make those. But I think that, you know, when you think about what it would take to install a robot in a specific place, it's everything around it that takes all this time, right? So if you could just direct a robot to go do something without having to change anything about the environment, or even have it change its own environment, right? Like one of the first steps you're going to want to do is kind of go through the lean consulting kind of, you know, how do I change this process to be more efficient so that the robot can do the more efficient process and not be stuck doing the less efficient process, right? But if the robot itself can go and kind of look at the layout and say, actually, these two machines should be closer to each other, and I'm going to move this thing here, and then it starts work. I mean, that would be the kind of the holy grail, right? It's kind of almost a self-organizing factory at that point. And all we have to do is say, like, here's the widget, just help me figure out how to make this, and then make like 10,000 of them and make sure the quality's high. And then the system goes off and does it, right? I think that's kind of, you know, this is where we want to get to. I think it's just, yeah, there's a lot of steps between here and there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that most people would probably, most people who know anything about the industry would agree that, like, the average person probably overestimates what AI and robotics is capable of, right? I mean, you know, you see it write a story, or, you know, you see these humanoid robots walk, and all of a sudden, like, you project a lot of things on them. But to a certain extent, and I ask this, like, in the context of you saying that computer vision is behind. Like, obviously, computer vision is at a point where, like, you know, some navigation is able to happen. You know, you mentioned Locus, like, robots can hang out in a warehouse, navigate around. Do people who work in the industry, do they also tend to overestimate what systems are currently capable of doing?
If you were to get someone in the industry out to dinner and not be recording, they would have a probably fairly realistic estimate of where things are and kind of what's going on. I do think that a lot of people's business does depend on, let's say, an inflated expectation, right? That we are very close, and that this is, you know, all I need is another couple $100 million and we'll get there, right? And again, self-driving operated in very much the same way, right? Which is like, we're close. We just need this, like, next tranche of investment. We're going to hit all of our milestones, right? And don't worry about the fact that we haven't hit any of our previous milestone. And so I think it's tough, right? I think that at the end of the day, I think that for the most part, everybody has a pretty realistic estimate. Who works in the industry, I think, who understands everything, right? They have a pretty realistic estimate of where we are, how much is left, what is possible today. A lot of the kind of robotics use cases that I've heard are, frankly, robots walking around, right? Because that is what they can do today, right? Locomotion and kind of walking on varied terrain. It's a difficult problem, right? It's not trivial that they've solved it, but that is kind of the extent of what kind of they're going to be trying to do with these systems outside of, like, very carefully calibrated demos. And I think the biggest problem, and the thing that drives all of this, right, is that there's always that just fraction of a chance that we're all wrong, right? And that, like, we are very close, actually, right? And that it did only take this one little tweak and all of a sudden everything works.
It is a big problem. However, the vision of the company eventually is kind of to build the first operating system for facade. Obviously, when you look at window cleaning alone, it's a huge problem with a huge demand. And while we're adding all of these areas, we are not adding people willing to do this job. It's a very dangerous and complex job. There is a huge demand for that. So the cleaning obviously is kind of the first thing that we're doing. But from day one, it was very important for us to do more than just cleaning the facade. co-founder and CEO of Robotics. We're building a robotic platform for building exterior. Cleaning is kind of our wedge or the Trojan horse to get into the building. And while we're doing the cleaning, we're actually collecting data. We're building kind of a visual map of the building exterior, which is kind of the biggest blind spot today for building owners or for building operators. And we're giving them some kind of a very unique operating system. We started the company 5 years ago, but the journey started 40 years before. My family is the biggest facade construction company in Israel. They've been doing this for the last 40 years, doing the exterior, the design, the manufacturing, the installation, and the support. The way we maintain them didn't really change in the last few decades. So it started very organically when I said, okay, there is probably some kind of a solution out there. So we started to speak with companies in Japan, in China, in the US, Germany, France. However, at the end of the process,
in the 21st century, we're now entering a new age of automation.
É como se fosse uma porta nova se abrindo.
These kids, with their passion and the skills that they're learning, I think are going to have limitless opportunities in the future.
I want to keep growing in this field of robotics. I'm so interested in it.
We're just entering the age of AI accessibility. And I look at it as a golden age.
Being able to do something that you have been told by numerous people was never going to happen.
With this automation, patients are getting the help that they need sooner. For the patients, that means hope.
What does hope mean to you?
Everything.
Hi, my name is Erin Fenton. This is my sign name, and I teach English at the National Technical Institute for the Deaf. CODA, C-O-D-A, stands for Child of Deaf Adults. That means that I'm a CODA because my father is deaf. I obviously speak English, but ASL was my primary language well before I started speaking. I remember when I was school age and was entering kindergarten, I was under the assumption that every family was like mine. I thought that all moms could hear and all dads were deaf. And then I very quickly realized that that was not actually the case. I remember my father telling me stories when I was a kid. I would sit on his lap backwards, he would have a book facing me, and he would read it to me in ASL. I'm really proud to be a CODA and to be able to invest back in the deaf community that raised me. I was born and raised here in Rochester. I live here with my partner, whose name is Rob, and my dog, Gatsby. Often people don't realize that American Sign Language is not just a manual version of English. It has its own grammar, its own structure, its own specific word order. It's an entirely different language as compared to English. Language deprivation is a serious challenge that the deaf community faces. Not always, but far too often, deaf students don't have fully accessible exposure to any first language while growing up. As an English teacher at a deaf school, I assess my students' language skills and their reading and writing in English. With NTID and Google, we've developed a new app that's called a Grammar Laboratory. We call it Grammar Lab for short. I'm leading this project. This content is my original content that I've been developing as a teacher over many years. And now, to be able to transform this with AI into an app makes it so much more powerful and impactful.
Hello, my name is Sam Sipa. I am a lead AI Accessibility Research Program Manager at Google. Google and NTID are working together to build solutions for the deaf community.
Using AI as part of my teaching process is helping me not only to understand the students' strengths and weaknesses better, but also to be able to give more individualized feedback.
We're here at NTID today because this is the perfect place to test out student experiences, to see how they interact with AI agents to learn grammar, and to observe their reactions to this new technology where an AI agent understands their learning needs.
I'm so glad you're here today. I'd like to show you something really cool. It's a new app for practicing grammar. It has both ASL and English side by side. You've got it open, so now go ahead and click Start Course.
The Grammar Lab is intended to provide a tool for teachers of English to set up their students for success in college. The tool adapts to the student's level and interacts with them iteratively to improve their reading and writing, so that by the time they enroll in college in the fall, they're ready to take classes all the way through college. That's the aim. The AI agent is basically having a conversation with the student, asking questions, getting clarification, allowing the student to probe deeply for more information in a way that truly empowers them. Agentive AI is a technology that can understand not just task delegation, but also contexts and how to suit an individual's ability to process information using different inputs like images, text, or speech. It's truly amazing.
You've both experienced having me as a teacher, but there's only one of me, and only a limited number of students that I can teach. So this app is an opportunity for you to have direct practice with these rules rather than just receiving the information from me as a professor. Yeah, you got the right answer. Nice. Now keep going. And see, there's the explanation of why that was the right answer.
I thought it was really impressive. And it's nice because it's like having a conversation. I can ask the AI like what a particular word means, for example, and it gives me a customized answer.
It wasn't just strictly yes or no. It really helped me understand the complexities in the grammar.
If I don't understand something, I can click a video and see that in ASL. And if it's wrong, it's okay. It takes time. You can try again, get a hint. And that repetition is really helpful in acquiring the language.
Is that right? Technology like this really could give the students a lot more independence, a lot more ability to interact and engage with the world in writing and to improve.
This is not a replacement for human instructors, teachers, or tutors. It's a tool to support a student's needs and enable a teacher to accommodate those needs to obtain their learning objectives. That's the aim.
I think the collaboration with Google and the ability to have this technology reach so many other people, students and schools, means that this truly has no bounds.
AI is not perfect and still requires human oversight to make sure the technology runs as intended. We're just entering the age of AI accessibility. And I look at it as a golden age. There's a very exciting future ahead of us, full of possibilities, with the emergence of new tools that can help enrich the quality of life for everybody.
I'm just one person, and I love my job, and I value my work. So this can become that piece of me that can be everywhere all at once and really impact the lives of so many people all over. My hope for the future of this is limitless.
We grew so much. We learned everything we wanted to.
This is a robotics competition. It's worlds qualifying. It has international repercussions.
Tyler, balls do not matter. Control zones matter.
I think that a lot of people are looking at robotics in the wrong perspective.
There's just a huge skills gap.
We hope that as you advance your careers, that you'll look at some of our member companies and our organization.
Education is extremely important to A3.
That next generation, that's always going to be our next thing in line.
These are the kids who are going to grow up to be the future workers in this industry. And if that's the case, we're in pretty good hands.
In the 21st century, we're now entering a new age of automation.
É como se fosse uma porta nova se abrindo.
These kids, with their passion and the skills that they're learning, I think are going to have limitless opportunities in the future.
I want to keep growing in this field of robotics. I'm so interested in it.
We're just entering the age of AI accessibility. And I look at it as a golden age.
Being able to do something that you have been told by numerous people was never going to happen.
With this automation, patients are getting the help that they need sooner. For the patients, that means hope.
What does hope mean to you?
Everything.
I love in nature that you actually get somewhere out of your routines or your closed places and you just breathe with the wind or trees. You start to see animals or leaves moving. The tree has been there hundreds of years. There are similarities that's how the automation flows. This gentle flow, that's how the nature is working. It's like seamlessly going. I don't know, something is starting to energize me every time I'm there. By the way, so my dog is here around, so if you are hearing some noises, that's him, little Dachshund. When I'm leading the operations in SimCorp, it's including engineering, production, the logistics, and then the installations and commissionings for the systems. I've been working in machinery for quite many years. previous way of working was, of course, manual. From trucks to the pallets. We think about goods coming from producers and they are then coming to the distribution center. It was really slower compared to what we have in automation now. The robotics, we are evolving it all the time and developing all the time. We are able to handle very complex layouts on the best and most efficient way to handle the goods and produces. Onko se seuraavana päivänä ihan eri paikoissa ne taas ne kaupat vai voiko ne pitää tämän vakiokauppalinjaa koko ajan jollekin? Now I've been able to visit several customer sites. Once you are watching that, you start to feel like they are humans because they were like dancing, they were giving space for the others, were polite. I was like very emotional, I have to say, and still I am when I see those guys there working automatically. It's fantastic. I couldn't even understand how efficiently so much food can go through those lines.
I remember when I was a kid and I saw some sort of a mechanical toy, I wondered how it's made and how it's working. And still I always get excited when I see something moving without a human. So what we do is automate and simplify our customers' operations. Machines, robotics, software. If you imagine a stadium full of different type of boxes, then you have a store owner coming to the stadium and trying to find their own box. It would take days, and when we put the automation, we can basically do all these tasks within hours. MVTec is our owner, and they are one of the biggest logistic automation companies in the world. Together with MVTec, we are able to deliver not only SimCorp, but also MVTec products. So with this group portfolio, we can cover the whole system. One of our success stories is with Mercadona. Together, we were able to shorten the time from field to store from 48 hours to 24 hours.
Bueno, teniendo en cuenta que Mercadona es uno de los mayores distribuidores de España, prueba de ello es nuestra red logística, que cuenta con 17 bloques logísticos repartidos tanto en España como en Portugal. Nosotros hemos hecho muchas mejoras dentro de la automatización. Lo que conseguimos con esto es una mayor productividad, mejor eficiencia. Es importante porque nosotros recibimos los pedidos de fresco desde a las 7 de la tarde y tenemos solo hasta las 6 de la mañana ahora para preparar todos los pedidos. Esto lo que significa que solo tenemos 11 horas de preparación. Por eso necesitamos tener una solución que sea muy eficiente, ágil y ahorramos mucho tiempo, garantizando que el cliente lo reciba en las mejores condiciones posibles.
We already have automation helping doctors, grocery stores, even us to make our own decisions sometimes. Humans are becoming closer and closer to automation in real life. I see a supply chain where automation and humans are working together, side by side. It's not to replace people or our work, it's a new tool to work with.
You know, I think that is like some kind of myth that you can't control it in any way. At the end, people and humans are controlling them. I think it's really fascinating. There is like a DNA in the tree, a code, like we have a code in automation that is all the time telling automatically that I will now grow, I will now repair my leaves. There's this cycle which is going automatically. I think the volumes of needs are increasing so much that in the future we definitely can't use any more manual. It's important that the people grow to the automation. I think if that would work, that brings the harmony for the whole system.
Hey everybody, it's Win Harden from Manufacturing Matters, and thanks for joining us today. I'm lucky enough to be with a good old friend of mine, David Gelfuso of Advanced Motion Controls, CEO, should I mention, of Advanced Motion Controls. David, how have you been?
Very well.
Great.
Good to see you again.
I know it's been a year or two since we were on camera, I think at the A3 Business Forum, so I'm really happy that we got back together again today.
Me too. Me too.
We don't have a lot of time, so let's just dive right in, shall we?
Sure.
AMC has been providing motion control solutions for 40 years. How does AMC position itself with its U.S. production and other activities to give that kind of confidence level to customers to come to AMC?
Yeah. So since the beginning,
yeah,
our entire history, we've had everything under one roof. Our design team and our supply chain and manufacturing team working together.
Beautiful.
So we're giving our suppliers 18 to 24 months of forecast.
Okay.
So that's allowing them to get ready to take care of us.
Right.
Not only do we have that type of commitment from our suppliers, but if for any reason we can't get a component, right, manufacturing allocation, end of life,
right,
our engineering teams jump right in. They can approve and test alternate products right away, and we fold them directly into our manufacturing line. We don't have to worry about going to an EMS or a contract manufacturer.
Okay.
So having total control
is
really what we pride ourselves on.
Especially on that front end, on the design side.
Absolutely, and as we scale through manufacturing.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, you just mentioned 18 to 24 months as a timeline, but I know that you support your product lines a lot longer than that. So what is it that's special about AMC that will give customers that confidence level? Not only can we deliver what you need today, but we'll be there in 3, 4, 5, 7 years.
So there's the effort that goes into making sure that the components that we're using have a long life ahead of them. So they're in the right spot of their product life cycle. But past that, like I said, we do everything in-house. So we invest in capital equipment. We invest in team members so that we always have the right amount of capacity for what our forecast entails.
Okay.
But if we get surprised, right, and we get lucky, we have something explode more than we planned for. We currently only run a modified single shift.
Well, let's clarify when we say explode, we're talking about demand exploding.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Good point. That's a good point. Probably choose my words better. Yeah, so yeah, as the demand increases, right, if it was unexpected.
Yes.
Right now we only do a single modified shift. So we could go to a second shift, we could go to a third shift.
Beautiful.
Also, part of our disaster recovery plan includes partnering with EMSs, third-party EMSs.
Right.
We don't use them today. They're only if necessary, if something were to happen to our building and we had to exercise that option.
Right.
But we could always exercise that option if we had to help us with demand, unforeseen demand.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we've been talking a little bit about business operations and what makes AMC's organization unique, right? But what are the technical and the operational capabilities that AMC is bringing to the marketplace that's going to give these customers the confidence they know that they need to know to come to you?
Yeah. So it actually is part of our vision about being the best servo manufacturer in the world. Okay, well, what does the best mean? The best to us is very specific. It has to be the good product fit. So we have product engineers that are very focused on interviewing our focused customer base and using that to develop requirements that our design engineers use to develop product that best fits the markets we're going after. Secondly, reliability. Everyone, quality is absolutely needed.
Yeah.
But the reliability in the field, not just on the lab bench.
Right.
And so we put a lot of effort into making sure that we do high accelerated life testing, shock and vibration, things that are going to make sure that we have reliability in the field at our customer sites for years upon years.
Okay. Yeah.
Lastly, the best partner, whether that is partner to our suppliers, partner to our channel partners, most importantly, best partners to our customers. And what that means is when you call up if you were to call me tomorrow when I'm in the office, a live person's going to answer your phone when they're going to put you in. Yeah, believe it or not. and they're going to put you in touch if you need technical support with an engineer ready to help.
Right.
We will send our engineers on site as needed, and we open up our development engineers to talk to our customers as needed. So those three things together set us apart.
I love that. You know, it's always nice. Business moves forward, times change, but there's a lot of traditional service elements and the direct touch that's always going to be important for customers. So we've mentioned about basically you work very hard at AMC to have a 360 view of what the customers are. You've got engineers and salespeople who are querying them on a regular basis, right? What do you need today? What do you need tomorrow? So can you give us a little look in your crystal ball about what's coming down the roadmap, the product roadmap at AMC?
Sure. So we serve a lot of industries. We like to focus on semiconductor, warehouse automation, and medical. In all three of those, and then of course a lot more, functional safety is a big push. And what's important from the safety standpoint for one customer industry could be different than another. And so again, our product engineering teams spend a lot of time with the product requirements and voice of customer work to make sure that the safety functionality that we're putting into a product is the correct set of safety functions, not too much, not too little.
Okay.
So safety is a big one. The other one is integrated motors. So we only make servo drives, we don't make motors. We want to be agnostic. We want to work with any motor, any feedback, any controller. So part of that is working with motor manufacturers for integrated motor drive assemblies. So we're working right now, partnering with many motor manufacturers to put our electronics in the back end of their motors or on the side sometimes, so that our customers and the motor manufacturers' customers can have a single unit, fully enclosed. Makes it easier to order, easier to assemble, easier to maintain over the life of it.
You know, I know we hadn't really thought about touching on this, but I'm going to see if I can throw you something that's not too much of a curveball.
Sure.
There's a lot of discussion about physical AI here.
Yeah.
The application of AI in physical environments, safety validating those systems is tricky. Safety is critical to you and your operations and your customers' needs. Do you see that impacting either increasing demand for additional safety systems or changing the types of safety systems that you develop?
Absolutely, because just the closer that robotics work alongside people, the bigger demand for safety. But you actually touched on a point that I hadn't brought on yet. Is you actually said physical AI.
Yes, sir.
And so we have the opportunity with the chips that are available to us now on our servo drives to put a higher level of intelligence in addition to safety on our drives to help with early determination of maybe issues in the system or the drive itself.
Right.
So that's actually a third prong that's gonna be coming down the pike as we go.
Well, that's great. I would think that more integrated control systems would ultimately allow companies to produce things faster.
Absolutely.
But also maintaining the safety levels that are so critical.
And make them more reliable.
Right. Which of course gets to productivity, which is the whole point and many times of choosing automation.
Yeah.
So that's a beautiful thing. So you have a massive product portfolio. You've been building solutions for 40 years. You're often component agnostic, servicing the customers what they need. When a customer comes to you and it says, well, you know, I know you've got these systems in your catalog, but I'm not sure if that's going to do it for me or whether I need a custom solution. Can you give any guidance for those folks?
So over our 40 years, we've done a lot of custom designs. We have a very, very broad standard product portfolio. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, our product engineers are expanding that standard product portfolio with features and functionality that we haven't had in the past. So in some ways, we're actually diminishing the amount of need for custom solutions, but it doesn't go away. And what I see the inflection point being when you move from a standard to a custom, where it makes sense, would be where the drive electronics and other electronics in the system need to be tightly coupled. And we have the ability to work with customers and take their electronics, put them on our board as a custom board, and deliver a single turnkey solution. And that is where we've done a lot of our custom work lately.
Awesome. So I mean, I can think of some obvious benefits to doing that, right? We've got lower component costs. You've got the ability to take premium technology from your customers and help them create a solution that's not out there in the marketplace. But you know, is there any particular financial benefit, or are there other benefits that come from that level of integration?
Right. So you already mentioned one of them.
Yeah.
Right. Quality goes up. Reliability, which I mentioned earlier,
Yep.
right, is a big one.
Yeah.
Field reliability. Over 75% of issues, especially in a mobile robot application, come from cables or connectors.
Gotcha.
So anytime that you can integrate electronics onto one, and you've now removed connectors or you remove cables,
yes,
you've increased your reliability.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And especially as so much of these motion control solutions go beyond the plant floor.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as we think about ag tech and other applications, I think that's going to be even
Yeah.
more critical.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you're working with customers to develop custom solutions, and other times you're working with integrators. So who are helping to come up with something brand new for someone or for a specific product line. Are there any tips that you want to give suggestions to integrators who are thinking about how do I choose the best motion control solutions?
Yes. So we have a lot of, we're in this incredible trade show, right?
Yeah.
It
Not bad.
Automate's fantastic.
Yeah. Unless you have to walk from one end to the other.
Which I did to get here. You just look around. The technology, the brains that are inside this building is impressive, right? And so, as an engineer myself, I sometimes I try to maybe do things that myself that I probably should let someone else do. And so that would be my suggestion here is
collaborate when it makes sense. Right.
Or come and ask for help.
Yeah,
right? Because
absolutely.
we have customers that know their system inside and out.
Right.
And they're smart. They understand motion control and drives and motors. Absolutely.
Right.
But they're never going to know it as good as we do, especially of our own product.
100%.
So the sooner that they collaborate with us, the sooner they ask for help,
Yep.
which sometimes is hard for engineers.
That's
right?
true.
Yes. So the sooner they ask for our help, the faster we can get them to market.
Yeah.
And make their job easier, maybe make them a hero.
Can you give us an example of someone recently that AMC has helped to achieve new levels of?
Yeah. So very interesting opportunity here. It was a fairly low powered application, but needed high precision in terms of positional accuracy. There in the system with the controller and our drive, they were having troubles getting the positional accuracy, sub-micron positioning that they needed.
Already.
And as we worked through this, after some tweaks in whether it was the motion controller or our drive couldn't get there, one of our engineers had an idea. There was another family of drives in our product portfolio that had a different way of sensing current and also different control loop. However, it was about 10 times the power that was needed. So not an intuitive choice. Pick something that's completely oversized.
Right.
But the solution ended up being take that higher power drive, just rescale it from 20 amps down to 2 amps. You don't lose any of the better control that you got.
Exactly.
And slam dunk, done. But not an intuitive solution to think, hey, I'm going to use a bigger drive to solve a small problem.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know we've only got a few seconds left,
Yeah.
David. Have you seen one thing here at Automate that has excited you the most outside of the AMC booth?
Thank you for saying that, because I was going to say that. The number, okay, so we opened up at 10 a.m. today. There were more people before noon at the back of the South Hall, which
100%,
we're at,
right.
than I've seen at any Automate, or let alone Automate, any first day show.
Yeah.
So the amount of traffic is exciting. And
Yes.
automation's where it's at.
It's amazing that 5 years ago, this was ProMat on one side, Automate this, took the exact same square footage,
Yeah.
and here we are taking it just.
I know, walking up this wide aisle right now. I always remember, hey, we used to be over here.
Right.
Now it's both sides. It's amazing.
David, thanks a million for coming today.
Thank
so
you.
What booth location is Advanced Motion Controls?
That is a good question. I should know that.
That's all right, because we're going to
20.
There's a 2 and a 0. And
209.
209. So the back end of the South Hall.
2009. Back that way.
2009. 2009. All right, fantastic. So be sure to swing by and see David. Thanks
Okay.
again. It was a
Win.
pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And I hope it's not another 2 years before we do this again.
It won't be.
All right.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
With this automation, patients are getting the help that they need sooner. For the patients, that means hope.
What does hope mean to you?
Everything.
Didn't see people with disabilities until I was forced to. Having a child with a wheelchair, you don't see those people in society until you're one of them. My name is Mark Robert. I have a wife named Kelly and a son named Mitchell.
Taking Mitch to therapy.
Yeah, thanks, bud. You're gonna drive? He is non-ambulatory. He is non-verbal. He has epilepsy. He has a bunch of stuff that are stemming from a rare genetic disorder. Mitch is very sensory-oriented. So he really likes things that move. He also really likes close connections with people. He's just a really affectionate kid. He was 8 months old. I had him sitting on my lap at our old house, and he started making a noise. It was like he was coughing. We went down to Sick Kids Hospital, and basically the entire planet for us flipped upside down. The worst things you could ever imagine are running through your head because you've just been told that your child is not going to do the things that any child that you know is going to do.
Well, stabilize your core, okay?
I saw a video of a child walking in this machine, and I kind of went, what is that thing?
It's hard to come forward and ask people for help.
I found a device that will make his legs move in a functional way.
Athlete, everyone!
Thankfully, the rest of my community backed me. It was a liberating experience for one to be able to acquire this thing for my kid. An exoskeleton is a machine that helps an individual take steps who wouldn't be able to take steps on their own. Being able to do something that you have been told by numerous people was never going to happen. He is a much stronger child than he has been. I measure it in the way that he's able to function in society and doing things that he couldn't before.
I'm William Chernikoff with the Toyota Mobility Foundation. I'm here today visiting with Mitchell, Mark, and Kelly because there's no substitute for empathy when you're trying to really create human-centered solutions. Looking at the device, seems like you've put on quite a few kilometers.
And you can see he was taking quite a few small, well, they were smaller steps sessions, or 400 or 500 steps. We were able to kind of build the session going higher and higher.
Just like any exercise machine.
Exactly. You always got to raise that bar a little bit higher.
We're so glad to welcome you to the Mobility Unlimited Hub Partnering Forum. That's rolling too. So I'm here at Mars Discovery District, which is one of the world's leading innovation hubs in health and tech-related sciences. Toyota Mobility Foundation is a Japanese nonprofit that identifies and helps solve pressing mobility challenges for people around the globe. Through our collaboration with Mars, we built an ecosystem that nurtures talent. We help move startups and their prototypes to fully develop products that can make a real impact. Mars's role in this Mobility Unlimited Hub is our key collaborator. They've been an important part in helping convene and build this ecosystem. Trexo is one of the organizations in our cohort that we are helping them scale their groundbreaking approach to mobility. Our cohort includes Chio Care, which has engineered an advanced powered wheelchair, Action Mobility that developed a lift device disguised as a rollator, and Braze Mobility, which has created blind spot sensors to enhance safety for wheelchair users.
One of the impacts that this has had is actually getting people more confident to get out and do more.
The purpose of this ecosystem is to empower and nurture these startups so that we can achieve that ultimate goal of active mobility in an inclusive society.
In a perfect world, my goal is for him to be happy Exercise is absolutely one of those things for his physical well-being.
I love seeing how those solutions to those problems make society better.
Let me back up with the string. Okay. All right, help Mom send it up. The greatest gift that Mitchell's given me is love. You can be given $30 million and that doesn't give you a company that's gonna give your kid legs. There's winning the lottery and then there's that.
Reynolds and Moore and Charlie Long from Zebra. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to start off easy. We'll go down the line. Darcy, we'll start with you. Tell me what you're most excited about in AI today.
That's changed quite a lot if you go back even 6 months, maybe a year from now, but all the solutions that are coming out with agentic AI and how that's impacting everything from how we build products, how we do work, even how we do sales and marketing. It's something that we're really bringing into every aspect of the company, and the productivity that can drive if done the right way is pretty exciting.
For me, I'm a safety engineer, so it's all about safety and being able to get robotics outside the cage, move around the facilities, even in consumer spaces and public spaces, and being able to use AI to make those decisions of what's safe and what's unsafe.
Yeah, for me, it's practicality, right? So if you look at AI, there's a lot of buzz around AI, but it really is coming into the practical space where it's giving us solutions that we didn't think we could have. I'm primarily machine vision, so machine vision has always faced the problem of I can't quantify that, right? AI doesn't need a hard set of rules and quantification and can solve problems we never thought we could solve. And I see a lot more of that coming.
Yeah, absolutely. So as AI becomes more prevalent across the industry and people are using it in different ways, what are you looking at from an infrastructure level? Like there's a lot of different implications for adopting AI you have to consider up front, whether it's things like safety or processing or even data storage. Darcy, we'll start with you again on that one.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways we look at it. It's not just infrastructure, it's actually having a really good, well-structured data set to do anything based on, whether it's machine vision or building a sales process or doing development. A lot of people think you just throw these algorithms at it and it's going to magically work, but building the infrastructure around it is so important. Having that real good source of data and knowledge, that's the foundation for anything if you want it to work properly.
Yeah, I agree with that. And for me, robotics, to be able to make those decisions quickly, the time that it takes to make the decision, so having the right infrastructure is extremely important for that, because the longer it takes for it to make the decision is the further away that the robots have to be.
Right.
And eventually, if it's so slow, it might have to be behind a cage, which defeats the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think factory automation or automation in general, especially around machine vision, you're really limited by that decision time as well. It's not safety related like it is for robots, but you're doing hundreds or thousands of parts a minute. So from an infrastructure perspective, a lot of people want to save and go to the cloud. The cloud's fine for building models, but you've really got to build off of devices that can process at the edge, and you can load your inference engine up there. So that's where a lot of people are, I can plug anything into an LLM, but can it make decisions in real time? No, right? So yeah, it's really important to make sure you've got quality information in to get quality decisions back out.
Right, of course, yeah. It's interesting to see a lot of different technologies sort of advance in lockstep to create new opportunities through AI. Like we're talking about real-time processing. Well, that requires things like GPUs and FPGAs and powerful edge AI, edge processing. But anyway, if you think about the example of AMR or AGVs going to AMRs, right? AGVs were kind of limited to fiducial markers and tapes and things like that. And then these AMRs start integrating SLAM technology, 3D, laser sensors, and these things become more autonomous. In the same way, right? Now that AI is becoming more prevalent in machine vision and robotics, what are some ways that you're seeing AI add new flexibility, create new opportunities? And since we've started with Darcy, we'll start down with Charlie now.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at what we can do now, and even the advances we've made in the last 12 months of looking at multimodal inspection, right? So we're now actually able to make decisions based off of temperature feedback from the facility, or vibration from a drive, or the vision inspection itself, or even how many barcodes have passed in the last hour and where those have gone and what's happened to them, what operators engaged. So if you look at a lot of that, it's that holistic decision making is really what's changing, as we can process more quickly and take on more intense inferences on device, then we can really drive better real-time decision making and do things we didn't think were possible.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Charlie said earlier, with vision systems, there's a certain set of rules you have to follow. But with perception systems and robotics, now it can make those decisions. It's more efficient. You can work closer to them. You can work around them. You can have them do things that, AGVs and even the traditional older AMRs just aren't really capable of doing. And so it provides that flexibility to use them in an environment that you might have used a human before, or you might have used a stationary robot or something like that, that now you're able to move around the facility.
Yeah. And I won't add as much because you guys are even more experts on this, but just the size of problems that you can solve now that you couldn't before really requires you to think differently around every aspect of it, because the compute's there, the data's there, the models are there. So that's part of the challenge, is just thinking about, okay, we can actually do way more. What is the right thing to do? How are we going to do it?
Yeah. Well, on that note, right, like I heard from a company, I think it was last year, and this person said, I've heard a number of CEOs or C-suite level people mandating the use of AI. And it's like, well, for what, right? So if a company comes to you and says, we want to use AI, what's the first thing you ask them? Like, where do you start?
So we always push back to start of, is there a simpler way of doing it? If they have a simple problem that doesn't need it, then why add that complexity? Because there are nuances and challenges that exist with AI and agentic AI that could go wrong where rules-based might work. But if it's a case where it's a great fit, then you lean in on it and you do it the right way. There's a lot of things you have to explain around getting the right data sets, around how they're going to train it, where it's going to be deployed. Is it in the cloud? Is it real time? So there's a lot of things you have to go through, a lot of questions to ask. But we do oftentimes start with, what's the simplest way? And AI is not always the simplest way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we look at some of the stumbling blocks we've had as we've adopted AI, right? We've had the similar mandates. Hey, everybody use this, right? And you can drive profitability for the people that are selling tokens very quickly, but not get a result that gives you a return on that investment, right? And it really comes down to finding the right AI tools to put in place that people are going to naturally gravitate to and use, because that's where you gain efficiency, right? So if you give a code agent to people that have never coded before, then sure, they'll play with it and generate something that they enjoyed learning about, but what does it drive from a productivity and learning perspective?
They will make a big mess faster.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. In safety, my question is why and what's our end goal? So if certification is the end goal, then that standard doesn't exist in safety right now. It's being created. Reynolds and Moore is heavily involved in that creation of 22440. But as of today, technically, you cannot certify to that standard. So if that's the goal, then maybe we go a different way. But if that's not, and innovation's the goal, then where do we go from there?
Just want to add one comment. Yeah. Well, oftentimes people look at it like, I just want to automate this one step. And they try and fit automation or AI where it really doesn't change because people don't know how to use it. So really try and focus on what's the goal or the outcome you're trying to achieve, and then start to break it down differently. Where do humans fit? Where do machines fit? Where does AI fit? So there is a different, train of thought that you have to do this properly, especially at the organizational level.
Yeah.
I guess the other side of that question is, in terms of learning from other people's lessons, where and when can AI fail?
I think I'll start off on this one. AI can fail anywhere where you didn't plan for it or you expected it to be a magic solution, right? It's a fantastic tool. And we've tried to adopt as much as we can where it makes sense. But it's the times when you think it can replace, skill and knowledge and experience, right? It augments those things, right? So it doesn't stand on its own. And it can fail where you don't plan, right? So it's no different than if 20 years ago you bought a whole room full of drafters CAD, but nobody told them how to use it. That would be a sorry investment, right? So we're in a similar space now.
Yeah. In regards to robots, especially humanoid robots, AI fails the same place that humans fail, right? We've all seen the video of the robot going through the glass door, the glass window. How can we see slippery floors? How can we pick up something if we don't know it's hot? So the AI can fail in that same way. And so it's not a replacement for a human in the way that I think some people are hoping that it's going to be as of today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as a company, we do work in software development in medtech and nuclear, and we see companies that are trying to do vibe coding because, you know what, it sounds really easy. It's going to be way better and faster. But if you don't give it the proper skills files, have reference designs and architectures and cybersecurity, what it will do is it'll build something that technically works, but not maintainable, not secure, never going to get through any type of regulatory approvals that need to happen. And now you're set back months from it. So it's using the power of it the wrong way and not building the right knowledge and skills around it. The humans are critical to make sure that the guardrails for these things to work correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Charlie, I think you kind of nailed this. If you think of not just in machine vision, but in your case with machine vision, like if you think of AI as a tool for the toolbox, it can be very powerful, but it's not, when it was not originally, AI has been around for quite some time, but, Vision Stuttgart, whatever it was now, 10, 12 years ago, and people are talking about AI like it's going to be this magic tool. But in the last couple of years, you're seeing AI being used in a whole new way, not just in machine vision, but beyond. And it's very powerful. And I guess very familiar with your company. And I know that barcode reading, for example, is a really good example of how AI can be used powerfully. But what are some other examples that you guys can think of recently where you're like, that's a perfect application for AI?
Yeah, I think from the machine vision perspective, it really comes down to understanding we're not going to replace rules-based tools with AI. We're going to augment those tools, right? So where AI comes in really handy is when you have a lot of variability, right? So AI OCR algorithms, for instance, we've got a lot of deployments of AI OCR because there's so much unpredictability in how text is going to be presented. And if you teach your machine vision system to read, that's a lot better than teaching it the characters that you thought it was going to see, right? But where it can become a problem is if you started putting AI on identifying an edge when it's just a black to white edge, right? Or something along those lines that's simpler. You need a measurement, right? AI can come in and augment, but it should be paired alongside traditional tools in most situations.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, same with you had the example of AMRs earlier, but in robotics, using AI for where it makes sense and being able to make those decisions, put stuff on shelves, replace the human in that aspect, but also having humans there to make sure it's being done right. It can take some of those really hard tasks, the ergonomic tasks, things like that, and then use AI to make the decisions of where it goes, how it gets around people, all of that.
We see some really fantastic use cases within our business where it works well. Documentation. It's a tedious task that most people don't like doing, and it's such a great tool for that. Quality management systems, helping make sure, because a lot of these are very rules-based, organized, disciplined tasks you have to do, and that's some of the best opportunity for something to be trained to come in and do a lot of that work. So instead of working on documentation or test or even some design things, you can be thinking about the bigger problem that needs to be solved. So it's just elevating the skill set, get rid of the busy work. I don't think any of us would complain if 20 hours a week of busy work went away and we were able to accomplish more valuable things. So I think that's where a big opportunity is.
Yeah.
100%.
Even in safety, the documentation we're starting to see AI do the documentation, do the risk assessments, all of that. However, I would still caution people to make sure that a human checks everything because, as we all know, AI says the things that are wrong. I just had a colleague the other day that their AI said that April 2026 hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
But so you have to be careful there. But it's being used in the industry now for that some of that safety documentation that is more rule based and tedious and all that.
In terms of looking to, so to your point, like LLMs when they first came along, a lot of people in the industry are saying, well, we'll see, like we don't know how that's going to be used. And now it's almost like if you're not using them in some way, you're behind, right? Looking toward the next couple of years, like, do you have any major predictions on how AI will be used and maybe new opportunities for it?
Yeah, this one's, to be honest, it's a little bit scary because I think we're all going to experience the biggest disruption in the next 2 to 3 years that we've ever seen, more so than the internet, more so than even when computers became workstations in front of us. And so what I've been really messaging internally is make yourself valuable, but be ready to adapt and learn these tools, learn how to use them the right way. Whatever your job is, whether you're testing, whether you're building a machine, just make sure you understand the tools, invest time in it, be ready to adapt. If what you did a month ago no longer matters, find something valuable that you can do next. So there'll be a lot of new jobs created. I don't know what they all will be, but be ready.
Yeah. Yeah, they say that 20 years ago, 80% of the jobs we have today didn't exist. So it's rapidly growing and agree everything you said.
Yeah, I know we're almost out of time, but obviously, I think one of the biggest advances to look at is where agents are working together now, and you're really able to compound their skill and put a team together rather than relying on this one magic agent to help you out. So I'm excited to see where we continue to go.
Awesome. Well, Darcy, Charlie, Michelle, thank you so much. I wish we had more time. I have a lot of other questions I'd like to ask, but it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is a big problem. However, the vision of the company eventually is kind of to build the first operating system for facade. Obviously, when you look at window cleaning alone, it's a huge problem with a huge demand. And while we're adding all of these areas, we are not adding people willing to do this job. It's a very dangerous and complex job. There is a huge demand for that. So the cleaning obviously is kind of the first thing that we're doing. But from day one, it was very important for us to do more than just cleaning the facade. Dougherty, co-founder and CEO of Robotics. We're building a robotic platform for building exterior. Cleaning is kind of our wedge or the Trojan horse to get into the building. And while we're doing the cleaning, we're actually collecting data. We're building kind of a visual map of the building exterior, which is kind of the biggest blind spot today for building owners or for building operators. And we're giving them some kind of a very unique operating system. We started the company 5 years ago, but the journey started 40 years before. My family is the biggest facade construction company in Israel. They've been doing this for the last 40 years, doing high-rise, the exterior, the design, the manufacturing, the installation, and the support. The way we maintain them didn't really change in the last few decades. So it started very organically when I said, okay, there is probably some kind of a solution out there. So we started to speak with companies in Japan, in China, in the US, Germany, France. However, at the end of the process, we couldn't find any companies that actually solved the problem, which is a very complex problem. It was a very heavy systems, was like 400 pounds, 500 pounds. And I think the biggest factor is that all of them were using the crane on the roof. Someone told me a while ago that while other companies were trying to replace the man sitting inside the basket of the crane, that the robotics understand that, okay, you need to kill the crane if you want to do it. So when we approached this, it was clear for us that we want to build a lightweight solution that will be easy to scale, easy to deploy, easy to install on the building. my co-founder and CTO, Itai, is kind of a MacGyver. The experience side, he's been doing this officially for the last 20 years, working both for commercial company and military company, really build UAVs, robotics, autonomous cars, you name it. He did the whole spec. And I think that this is kind of the unique part of the robotics, that myself, coming from the problem, from the business, from understanding the unit economics, to really working with someone who is breeding engineering, be able to combine the two. I think this is what was also helping us, to build a new category from scratch, and to be able to already be on more than 100 buildings, and to collect so much data, and to be working with some of the biggest companies around the world. So when we started, we've partnered quite fast with CBRE, which is one of the biggest facilities companies around the world, and with Wix, the technology company. And they were kind of an early adopter, giving us the capabilities to deploy the robots, and we're able to build some kind of an agreement from day one, really, when it was just kind of a prototype, to go and to test and to deploy as much as we can. And I see that the thing that we've learned is that first of all, it will never be perfect. And I think that especially when you're building robots, but you just need to spend a lot of time in the field, outside of the laboratory. I think this is like one of the biggest lessons that we have. Every scenario is different. For us, it's not
Hello, my name is Azul Ogazon. I'm the country manager for A3 Mexico, and today we are at Automate Live, and I'm really happy to be sharing this moment with two key people in Mexico that are transforming education. So for the next 15 minutes, we will be talking about robotic competitions to real-world automation and how Mexico is shaping the next generation of talent. And with me, I would like to introduce Lucia Orda. She is the operations manager for ARS Automation. And Uriel Fraire, he's the general manager for UR and MIR in LATAM. Welcome.
Thank you, Sul.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be with both of you here at Automate in Chicago, but especially talking about our talent, our education. And I know that you both are working in initiatives that are changing completely education in automation in our country. So let's talk a little bit of that. And to begin with, Lucia, I would like to know what has inspired your organization to be involved in this type of initiatives?
Well, thank you for inviting us. We are so happy to be here. We got some Mexican teams, like the best robotics team for the first institution. They are here, so stop by our booth, please, with the ARS team. We have been working with these young people for a couple years, and we see how they start working since, sorry, this is moving, this is falling. We saw how they are learning. They are having some kind of challenges. They're like a mini company, like a mini institution. They are able to be their own company. They can sell you what they do. They can tell you, come to stop and invest with us. So they are ready to be like in the real industry. They are prepared. They have all the bases to work. Even with us, we are trying to catch some of them and hire them. No, I'm just kidding, not yet. So we can see the results of how, since they are very young and they start working in the robotics area, they can be ready for the world. That's what is helping us that's our motivation.
Okay, and Uriel, on your side.
I think for me, it's simple. Uh, the future workforce and also the future um, company owners for automation are building now. So and also Universal Robots was funding in a university. So that's one of the reasons why we invest and we work a lot with the students, with the future engineers, because it's a way to give back something that we have or we get in the past, right? And also, especially in Mexico, because it's a very important economy, but the lack of knowledge is something is very visible when you compare with another countries. So we believe that in if we invest in this kind of uh, things like competitions, educations, bring the industry to the students, we can create a better future.
And I think you touch a very particular point regarding this gap that we have in education in Mexico. So, from your perspective, Uriel, just to follow up on this question, what would you think is the biggest gap right now between the traditional education in Mexico and the skills needed for the automation industry?
I think that traditional education is more focused in theory,
Mhm.
like doing something in your reading something in your books or writing in your notebooks, but no, it is not a real, how can I say, exposure to the technology or with the industry. So the biggest gap is that we don't focus in the real life. So that's why through the things that we are doing, like bringing the industry to the students, they can have this experience to work with industrial products, with industrial automation, and they can have this experience in an early stage that they can, think different, like, "Oh, okay, well, I want to become an engineer, but also I want to work in this kind of industry or can do this kind of things because I can change the world in that way," right? So I think it's the biggest gap that we have in right now.
So definitely hands-on experience through these competitions is key for their development, right?
Yes.
From First Robotics, you want to tell us a little bit like the particular things that they develop and like how does it go?
About the gap that you were
Sure,
saying,
sure.
I would like to add, if the institutions, universities, any kind of school, education institutions, if they start having more practical activity for the students, that will help us to make them be ready. Technology is never stopping, right? Innovation is every day growing. We should go in the same speed, teaching the young kids, students, where we are right now.
Right. Perfect. And regarding First Robotics, what has been the impact that you've seen in these students that are exposed to the contest, to new technologies, and how do they change their professional career?
So the French robotics competition has different stages and also different departments. They have their financial department, they have their technology, mechatronics, electronic mechanic area, right? So when you see those kids, their financial area is already looking for investors. If you want, you can join us. uh, they have the mini management for the administration side. Also, they have really interesting challenges for the automation. For example, if you go to the area where they are playing, you can see the scans. They are detecting where the points have to be scored. So they have to be in the technology environment. They have to be ready with all the new uh, technology they will need for the contest. And they are very, very interesting teams from the Silicon Valley area, for example. If you go with them in California, their technology is amazing compared with Latin America teams, for example. So you will see the different versions of technology. Of course, there is the investment they will make, right?
Right. And then on the other side, Uriel, you developed together with other A3 members a contest, no? Particularly for Latin students, but also like for anyone in the world. So tell us a little bit about this Cobotica contest and what have you found in these years of having it?
Yes, the idea behind Cobotica was to create a real industrial competition because there is a lot of robotics competition that they work with how to say educational equipment, but in Cobotica the idea was like bring that technology to the students, like they can work with a real robots, with a real conveyors, the same way that they're gonna find in the real world. Because when you buy a new machine or when you are doing a new implementation at the factory, you don't get like a kit. You should build that kit and from boxes, right? Install, do the setup. So it was the idea behind that, and also the students can measuring with teams from different universities because sometimes only a few universities can have the possibility to going to this challenge or competitions in maybe in the States or in Europe or in Asia. But the idea is like to have a competition in Latin America for all people. Of course, nowadays it's growing, and we are very happy to have teams from all the world, especially from the States. But yeah, it's becoming an international competition.
And in this competition, what has surprised you the most about the students that are involved in this 3-day challenge?
I think the thing that most surprised me is the soft skills, because I don't know, but I feel sometimes like the way that I were educated, it was so focused in some hard skills, but not in a soft skill. So it's very impressed when you see an students like thinking out of the box, like working together with another member of the team. Like maybe they don't know something about the how to program that scanner or that robot or something like that. They easily looking for the information and apply. So that ability to work under pressure, it's very impressive because I see that. Of course, sometimes it feels like the education in Mexico is far away from the international standards, but we can see that or that challenge that we have in Mexico also prepare you for the real world, like to be more resilient, to be more collaborative, to have that skills.
Okay, and talking about future skills, and this question is for both of you. Looking ahead from like 5 to 10 years, how do you expect the education initiatives to change in Mexico for developing our talent?
Okay, I can answer that. For my opinion, I hope the of course the Mexico government invests more money in them so they can have different technologies applications, as Uriel said, different kind of education, something more practical with the real technology, right? But also the industries, the private initiative can support the students, how you guys are actually working right now, so they can be more prepared, they can be more ready. We are not far from the entire world. We have real good talents. Those kids are ready to be part of any big company in the automation industry for sure. They are ready to be part of them. So I hope we can support them because we have the talent. We have brilliant kids.
Uriel?
For me, I see a future where students gonna be exposed to many different technologies and they can learn from them, and a future where you're gonna have more micro credentials, so you can study whatever you want. For example, we don't know like, okay, I like robots or drones or humanoids, but also I like logistic. Maybe you're gonna have like some fleet management for robots because in the future it's gonna be a lot of robots, stuff like that, right? Like I think the thing that is key in the future education is to be multitask, collaborative, resilient, and also connect all these different technologies to be very creative for create a new world.
Perfect. Well, thank you both for being in Automate Live, for doing all these initiatives that are changing our education in Mexico, that are bringing up our talent. And please come join us at their booths. And tomorrow there's going to be the first robotics Mexico team in the demo area. Don't miss it. And after, in the evening, there is a Latino networking event. You're more than welcome to join us and continue this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Here inside, he's been doing this officially for the last 20 years, working both for commercial company and military company, really build UAVs, robotics, autonomous cars, you name it. He did the whole spec. And I think that this is kind of the unique part of the robotics, that myself coming from the problem, from the business, from understanding the unit economics, to really working with someone who is breeding engineering, be able to combine the two. I think this is what was also helping us, to build a new category from scratch, and to be able to already be on more than 100 buildings, and to collect so much data, and to be working with some of the biggest companies around the world. So when we started, we've partnered quite fast with CBRE, which is one of the biggest facilities companies around the world, and with Wix, the technology company. And they were kind of an early adopter, giving us the capabilities to deploy the robots, and we're able to build some kind of an agreement from day one, really, when it was just kind of a prototype, to go and to test and to deploy as much as we can. And I see that the thing that we've learned is that first of all, it will never be perfect. And I think that especially when you're building robots, but you just need to spend a lot of time in the field, outside of the laboratory. I think this is like one of the biggest lessons that we have. Every scenario is different. For us, it's not that every building is different. Every side of the building is different, because you have reflection, you have different winds. The more you're outside on the wild, testing, checking, pushing, validating, I think the more progress you will have on the development and the understanding of the scenarios that you will have. So when the robot traverses the building, we have 5 cameras. We're using the cameras for the navigation as well, but also for collecting the data. And one of the unique things that it's on the secret sauce is that when we know the movement of the robot, of the actuators, and we're mapping it and attach it to the CAD of the building. So this is what is allowing us to know exactly where the robot is on the building, and also to build a mission for it. But most and foremost for the inspection is that every picture that we're taking, we know the exact location of the building. And the things that we are tracking is basically anything that the camera can see, whether if it's cracking or cracking glass or degradation. Sometimes the aluminum is kind of detached, or holes in the silicone. And it's really something that today, only after it happened, people know it happened. I'm always saying that it's like a cavity in your tooth, right? If you didn't find it at the right time, then it's going to be a very expensive and painful process. And about the operating system, imagine a real estate company that they have like dozens of properties. So they want to be able to track not just the cleaning, which is obviously important, but also the health of their building. If they have any issues, if they need to fix something. So we're able to give them kind of a full visibility on all of their portfolio. And then we have cleaning device. We are planning to add different kind of tools for window buffing, which is kind of polish the glass when there is scratches. Another solution that we're looking to develop is for clacking, meaning that sometimes there is a silicone and there is a hole, or it's displaced or anything like that. So we want to be able to solve these issues as well.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to Automate Live here on day one of Automate 2026. My name's Chris Lukey, host of Manufacturing Happy Hour, and I'm joined this afternoon by Olaf Munkelt. Olaf, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And here on Automate Live, we've had a full day. I should say a lot of the people here have had a full day to explore all that Automate has to offer, at least a sampling of that. And this conversation today is all about machine vision. So very excited to get into your area of expertise. Machine vision is all over this show, but let's go into your area. Could you share, some of your background, the original motivation and core considerations behind MVTec's decision, the company that you co-founded, the decision to specialize in machine vision software?
Yeah, sure. We have to go back a little bit in time, like 30 years ago.
Yeah. I saw that you've been doing this for 29 years. Am I
Yes,
seeing that
yes,
right?
yes.
That's
By
an
that time,
impressive tenure.
I had way more hair,
Of course.
first of all. But still, the topic is pretty hot. So, like 29, 30 years ago, we were actually a spin-off of the University of Munich and the Bavarian Research Center for Knowledge-Based Systems. So today you would probably say, we are a startup company doing AI and we have a strong university background.
Yeah.
So by that time, the language was a little different, but the topics were actually the same, which is like quality inspection, quality assurance, absence, presence detections, and all that. So we had, with this background, we had a piece of software which we developed into an industrial grade software. We quickly could understand that customers, they're not looking so much about fancy algorithms. They want to have a solution in terms of algorithms which really deliver what they want to have. So we were, quickly understanding what are the requirements, and from that we could get first customers, and so we bootstrapped the company over these many years.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a great point. There are many things that might be different about starting a machine vision software company today. There would be a lot more terms like AI leveraged in that. I mean, you were saying, hey, it was a solution for quality inspection, which is ultimately what a lot of these things still do, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get into some of the broader areas that you get into, but MVTec's machine vision software, Halcon, has been around, as we said, 29 years. What has allowed you to stay, not only competitive, but cutting edge to remain a leader in this market for nearly 3 decades?
I think we quickly could understand what are the customer's requirement. And if you look at an industrial inspection task, usually customer starts with one particular inspection. Then he noticed, oh, my objects changes which I'm producing, so I need to inspect that as well, and I have another requirement. So the algorithm, so to speak, have to change in order to inspect this as well. So we developed a toolbox over the years where you have all the tools inside to tackle these different applications. So once one of our customers is using our toolbox, he is, so to speak, has the free offering to take out the tools he needs to set up his application. And this kind of flexibility which we offer is greatly appreciated because it secures the investment of the customers. And last not least, over the years, of course, Halcon can be deployed in many different settings. It can be deployed on the edge. This is how we would call it today, on a PC. You can also deploy it in a cloud-based environment, on-premise, or in one of the hyperscalers cloud. So it offers different packages, so to speak, which makes this flexibility a big advantage for our customers.
Yeah. Well, I like that you bring up, your own toolbox, because there's a lot of collaboration that you do with upstream and downstream products as well.
Yes.
So I'm very interested to know, how do you promote, let's say, collaboration with those solutions to present to customers a more comprehensive automation solution?
So you're very right. We provide a single component in the value chain of a machine vision application. So it starts off with the illumination, with the lens technology, with the camera, with the interface technology, and you end up in a PC or in a computing environment where you have the software. So, and our software is sitting in that part, so to speak. So we live on the images which we get
from along the value chain
Yeah.
inside the CPU, so to speak.
Yeah.
So in order to facilitate and ease the integration of these parts, we have set up a technology partner program many years ago already. This is today the largest technology partner program in the industry, in the machine vision industry, where we do have more than 60 companies where they do 2D cameras, 3D cameras, or 3D sensors, illumination, also PLCs. So it's all about making the integration of the different components into an application as easy as possible for our customers.
Yeah. Well, let's go beyond that, right? Because you're talking about the integration between the whole, let's say, machine vision suite. When people think of MVTec, you know, Halcon is one of the first things that come to mind. But your portfolio is even larger than that. Can you describe, you know, your products and their unique, you know, selling points beyond Halcon?
Yeah, so Halcon is a programmer's tool, say it in very basic words. We found out that not everybody is very comfortable in programming. There are so many engineers out there which are very comfortable with configuring. So we have developed over the years our product Merlic, which is a no-code environment, and this can be configured. This is one advantage. Another advantage is that it can be fully integrated into existing solutions pretty easily because it offers all the interfaces. It also offers interfaces to PLCs, which of course are widely used in this industry. And last not least, it also has features like an audit trail, which are particularly important if you have an application in pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah. Well, one other area I want to go into is, you know, you've been doing this for 3 decades. What is your vision for where this industry is going over the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years? Like, what is MVTec's overall product and technology development direction?
Yeah, right. I think we first have to understand that customer demand is driving our company. So let's have a look at AI, for example. This was a super hot topic starting 10 years ago, and we've been integrating this technology since 10 years ago into our products. So we have a very long track record in understanding where does AI really deliver a benefit for the customer.
Yeah.
And I think this differentiates us a little bit. So the understanding that AI is something which can be very helpful, but you can also waste a lot of time if you're not really focusing on what you want to do and you don't know really where to start. So we help our customers to jump directly into the topic and have a gain immediately.
Yeah.
So for that purpose, we also developed the deep learning tool, which is a labeling tool, a training tool for deep learning applications. And also you can verify whether the results are good enough. And this is also just a graphical user interface, which is super easy to be used by our customers. We think that this technology will continue to evolve. The next few years, we will see a stronger integration between what is called rule-based systems and AI-based systems. And probably one more comment, which I noticed today on the show. If we have a look and look at the show a little bit here. The past couple of years, we saw AI as a super hot topic, and you saw AI as a logo or as a brand everywhere. If you now walk the show, it's almost no longer visible because it is already integrated in the products. It's already part of the offerings. So what is now more important is what the actual product can do. So the fact that AI helps to make this happen is simply like a natural thing. So it's not really worth to mention any longer. And talking about AI a little more, so to speak, if we extend this into the world of large language models, for example, we think of AI as a persona. So as a kind of person which ask, for example, our software, please give me a hint how to solve this and this application, this and that application. So we believe that offering the right interfaces to AI agents would actually help our customers then to more quickly develop an application.
Yeah. Well, you're certainly, on the cutting edge. You were talking earlier about no-code applications. We got into the areas you're focused around AI in that most recent part of the conversation. As we go a bit further, wrapping up this discussion, I've got 2 more quick questions for you. What is your strategy for serving the US market in particular, right? We're here in Chicago right now. What's your overall development strategy for this particular market?
So we've been active in this market for almost 20 years. So we have, since almost 20 years, subsidiary site in Boston, Massachusetts. And we're serving this market since that. I have to say, the US market is very diverse in the sense that you have, say, requirements which are super high tech, and on one end, and on the other end, you have requirements which are very basic. And this spread, this is the challenge here, to fulfill the spread and to deliver the right product and the right solutions to our customers. And we've been doing this successfully since so many years, and we think we can continue doing this also in the next 20 years.
Well, I'm going to go across the pond for this next question. The EU recently introduced the Cyber Resiliency Act, and I'm curious, what needs to be taken into account here in the US? Is it relevant here? What are your thoughts on that?
It becomes relevant in case a US company delivers a product with some digital content into the European Union. So that means if there would be a machine builder here which integrates machine vision, for example, and ships that product into the European Union, he has to comply with the Cyber Resilience Act. The Cyber Resilience Act is about security issues. So how can you make sure that what you deliver into the market really is secure from a user's point of view? Has it vulnerabilities, or can it withstand that? And it's basically a setup or framework where you have to report if something goes wrong, and you have to fix it. This is the main point. You have to fix it at least 5 years. And at MVTec, we pay, of course, high attention to that because we originally based in Munich in Germany. And we have to make sure that our software complies with the Cyber Resilience Act, which starts in September and then finally in December this year. So we provide software bill of materials already with our products, and our products, of course, are ready for Cyber Resilience Act.
Yeah, Olaf, we've got about 1 minute left. So is there any final parting advice or something you'd like to leave the audience with as we wrap up our conversation?
Actually, thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver a little bit of my messages here. And I'm very glad that this show is really getting bigger and serving the North American market so well. And we are proud to be part of that market.
Yeah, well, thank you for being a part of the A3 community for, as we've said, close to 3 decades. Shows like this are as big as they are because of folks like you that have been leading the industry for that long of a time. So, Olaf, thanks so much for jumping on Automate Live. We'll be back for more interviews very soon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our final interview of the day here on Monday at Automate 2026. I'm Chris Lukey, host of Manufacturing Happy Hour. This is Automate Live, and I'm joined by Giorgio Grimaldi and Jordan Guhl. And we're going to talk about JBT automated systems pretty briefly before we get more into Formova. So, Giorgio, this first question is for you. Many people in the industry know about JBT automated systems. Why was this the right time to introduce the Formova brand?
Yeah, the industry is at an evolutionary stage gate. Over the past 10 years, customers have been adopting automation, running pilot projects, but more recently, they have started to enter in a new phase in which they really want to have automation perform and transform their operations. That's why we think that also our role in serving our customers needed to change. And through the launch of Formova, we wanted really to renew our commitment to be a trusted partner in accompanying our customers through their automation journey as they enter into this new and more demanding phase.
Yeah. So, well, tell us, what makes Formova different from other automation solution providers? I think that would help set some additional context for why this is so important right now.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, we are now Formova, but we continue to be also, and to have the experience of JBT automated systems with 4 decades of presence and collaborations in the market. So what makes the difference between Formova and other operators out there is really our ability to understand our customers' pain points and really collaborate with them in finding robust and sustainable solutions. This is something that really makes the difference between simply adopting automation and dealing with a lot of new technology challenges with respect to instead creating a solution, ultimately a competitive advantage that our customers can use to differentiate themselves in their own respective markets.
Yeah, Giorgio, thank you for the intro. Jordan, this next question is going to be for you. Now, you've described Formova as a total automation intelligence partner. And something I do on my show, Manufacturing Happy Hour, is I ask folks, hey, how do you describe what you do as if you're having a drink with someone, a beer, a glass of wine, whatever it might be, right? So what does a total automation intelligence partner really mean? And why is it important for customers today?
Yeah, absolutely. The total automation intelligence, it goes beyond the hardware. It goes beyond the vehicles and the infrastructure that you see. It's really, how do we tie the entire warehouse together, and how do we make sure that all of the systems are talking to each other and that everyone's on the same page? There's so much information and data going in and out of a building on a daily basis, and making sure that all of these systems are communicating together through the right channels, everyone's speaking the same language is really crucial when we're talking about what's really important to the customer, which is uptime, which is throughput, getting materials in and out of warehouses and in their facilities.
Well, let's keep going further. You talk about intelligent orchestration as well. Why is software just as important as the vehicles themselves when it comes to delivering automation value?
Yeah, absolutely. So the software is becoming such a vital portion of facilities management systems today, whereas the vehicles and the hardware, that market is becoming more and more saturated. It's becoming a little bit commoditized. And so what our customers are really looking for is, what is the software that can pull everything together? What is the software that if supplier A and supplier B have equipment in the facility, who is going to be able to control it? Who is going to be able to pass that information through so that the customer's data flows through seamlessly?
Now, Jordan, I've got one more question for you before, Giorgio, I'll pass it back to you to wrap up our conversation. But Jordan, the automation market, as anyone here can see, is evolving quickly. What changes are you seeing in customer expectation, user expectations compared to even just like 2 to 3 years ago?
It is. The evolution has been extremely fast over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's only continuing to evolve faster and faster. And that was one of the fundamental reasons why we felt it was a good time to shift to Formova and change our brand messaging to better reflect where we are in the marketplace. And I think what customers are now realizing is that automation is not cool. It's not just something to have. It's something that's necessary. If you don't have automation in your warehouses or your facilities, you're going to be falling behind your competition. And that trend is we're seeing is only continuing to evolve and grow by the day. And so I think what's really important as we look at how we can provide software, how we can provide hardware, again, there's so many different solutions out there, and how do we get those solutions to be able to talk the same language, to be able to orchestrate really within their facility, and that's really what Formova does with our software orchestration, right? Is from a WMS level or a WES level, we can really tie that information together and make sure that's we're providing the customers with the results that they require.
Yeah. Well, Jordan, thanks for taking us through all of that. Giorgio, for our last question, looking ahead, what role are you hoping Formova plays in shaping the future of mobile automation? I think a good, let's say, conclusive question to wrap our interviews on today.
Well, we play in Industry 4.0, right? And we, as Formova, serve different market verticals, ranging from warehouses to factories, hospitals. So our role is, as I mentioned, really be able to accompany our customers in their automation journey. We do realize that investing in automation is can be an important decision for a business. Therefore, we want to really help our customers make those well-informed strategic decisions that ultimately can lead to developing a competitive advantage and make them successful in whatever their business and their endeavor will bring them.
Yeah. Well, Giorgio, Jordan, thanks so much for closing out day one here at Automate Live. Again, I'm Chris Luke with Manufacturing Happy Hour. We'll see you back here for day 2 very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.